NHRC Semifinal Debate Competition 2025 organized by 20th headquarters such as FTR Lucknow. Kindly rise as we extend a warm welcome to our distinguished jury. Thank you. You may please be seated. It is now my privilege to invite Shri Ratna Sanjay IPS, Inspector General, SSB Frontier Headquarters, Lucknow, to kindly present planters as a token of respect and welcome to our esteemed jury members. To our Chief Juror, Shri Nageshwar Nath Upadhyay, IAS retired. To Shri Prabodh Kumar, IPS retired. And to Professor C.V. Mishra. Thank you, sir, for this gracious gesture of welcome. Let us now move to a tradition that symbolizes knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment. I request our esteemed jury members, along with IB sir, to kindly come forward for the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, marking the auspicious beginning of this event.
Ustad.
May this light guide us towards truth, reason, and justice, the very essence of human rights. begin today's debate, it is my honor to introduce our distinguished jury panel, stalwarts from administration, law enforcement, and academia, whose wisdom will illuminate today's discussions. Starting with Shri Nageshwar Nath Upadhyay, IAS retired, a 1975 batch IAS officer of the UP cadre. Shri Upadhyay has served with distinction as district magistrate in multiple districts and as commissioner of Saharanpur and Agra divisions. He has also been secretary and principal secretary in key departments like home, agriculture and tourism in the Uttar Pradesh. With over 3 decades of governance experience, he brings unmatched administrative insight to chair today's proceedings. Next is our jury member first, that is Shri Prabodh Kumar, IPS retired, an accomplished 1988 batch IPS officer of the Punjab cadre. Shri Prabodh Kumar has served as Special DGP Intelligence in Punjab and with the Punjab State Human Rights Commission. He has also worked with the CBI for around 14 years. His career reflects a rare blend of security expertise and commitment to human rights, making his perspective invaluable to this debate. And finally, the third jury member, that is Professor Preeti Mishra. Professor Mishra heads the Department of Human Rights and the Center for Postgraduate Legal Studies at Baba Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Lucknow. With 26 years of teaching experience, over 100 research papers, and deep expertise in women and human rights law, she represents the academic and humanitarian spirit of today's event. With such eminent minds presiding over today's competition, we are assured of fair judgment and insightful evaluation. Please join me in welcoming our respected jury members. Formally welcome our guests and participants. I now invite Shri Ratna Sanjay, IPS Inspector General, SSB Frontier Headquarters, Lucknow, to deliver the welcome address.
आदरणीय मुख्य अतिथि, सम्मानित निर्णायक मंडल के सदस्यगण, मंचासीन अतिथिगण, प्रतिभागी एवं उपस्थित सभी दर्शकगण, आप सभी का इस राष्ट्रीय स्तर की वाद विवाद प्रतियोगिता में हार्दिक स्वागत एवं अभिनंदन। यह सशस्त्र सीमा बल के लिए अत्यंत हर्ष और गौरव का क्षण है कि आज लखनऊ सीमांत को राष्ट्रीय मानवाधिकार आयोग के सेमीफाइनल वाद विवाद प्रतियोगिता 2025 की मेजबानी करने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है। सबसे पहले मैं इस प्रतियोगिता के सम्मानित निर्णायक मंडल का हार्दिक स्वागत और अभिनंदन करता हूँ। आपके अनुभव, विशेषज्ञता एवं मार्गदर्शन इस प्रतियोगिता को उत्कृष्टता प्रदान करेंगे। श्री NN उपाध्याय, IAS सेवानिवृत्त महोदय, निर्णायक मंडल के अध्यक्ष के रूप में आपका सानिध्य हमारे लिए गौरव और प्रेरणा का विषय है। श्री प्रबोध कुमार, IPS सेवानिवृत्त महोदय, आपने शासन, नैतिकता, सतर्कता और सामाजिक जिम्मेदारी के क्षेत्र में आपका अनुभव और दृष्टिकोण हम सबके लिए अनुकरणीय है। प्रोफेसर प्रीति मिश्रा, निदेशक, सेंटर फॉर पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट लीगल स्टडीज तथा पूर्व अधिष्ठाता एवं विभागाध्यक्ष, स्कूल ऑफ लीगल स्टडीज, बाबा साहब भीमराव अम्बेडकर विश्वविद्यालय महोदय, मानवाधिकार और विधि के क्षेत्र में आपका योगदान हम सबके लिए प्रेरणा स्रोत है। आपका सभी का हृदय से आभार कि आपने अपने व्यस्त समय में यहाँ पधार कर इस आयोजन को अपनी उपस्थिति से सम्मान और पूर्ण बनाया। इस अवसर पर मैं श्री राजीव कुमार पांडे, प्रधान महालेखाकार एवं श्री संजय कुमार, प्रधान निदेशक का विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, जिन्होंने ऑडिट भवन के इस सुंदर प्रेक्षागृह को हमारे इस महत्वपूर्ण आयोजन के लिए उपलब्ध कराया। उनका यह सहयोग मानव अधिकारों की चर्चा करते समय हमें संयुक्त राष्ट्र के यूनिवर्सल डिक्लेरेशन ऑफ ह्यूमन राइट्स का स्मरण करना आवश्यक है, जिसमें स्पष्ट कहा गया है कि सभी मनुष्य जन्म से स्वतंत्र और समान हैं तथा गरिमा और अधिकारों में भी समान हैं। इसके साथ ही इंटरनेशनल कॉन्वेंशन ऑन सिविल एंड पॉलिटिकल राइट्स तथा इंटरनेशनल और इकोनॉमिक सोशल एंड कल्चरल राइट्स जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संधियां मानव अधिकारों की व्यापक परिभाषा प्रस्तुत करती है। भारत इन संधियों का हस्ताक्षर करता रहा है और इन मानकों को अपनी संवैधानिक और लीगल संरचना में सम्मिलित करता है। भारतीय संविधान के अनुच्छेद 14 से 32 तक के मौलिक अधिकार वास्तव में मौलिक अधिकारों की संवैधानिक गारंटी है, जिसमें जीवन, स्वतंत्रता, समानता और व्यक्ति की गरिमा को सर्वोच्च स्थान दिया गया है। प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ ह्यूमन राइट्स एक्ट 1993 के तहत नेशनल ह्यूमन राइट्स कमीशन तथा राज्यों में स्टेट ह्यूमन राइट्स कमीशन की स्थापना इसी उद्देश्य से की गई। अब मैं उस संदर्भ की ओर आ रहा हूँ जो हमारे लिए सर्वाधिक प्रासंगिक है। केंद्रीय सशस्त्र पुलिस बल, जिनकी भारत की संख्या करीब 9.5 लाख है, देश की आंतरिक सुरक्षा की रीढ़ है। हमारा संघर्ष बल्कि अपनी देश के अपनी नागरिकों के बीच आतंकवाद यहाँ एक मात्र आवश्यक है। सशस्त्र पास बड़े सभी सक्षम शक्ति है, जिसको राष्ट्र की रक्षा किया जाता है। आपातकालीन स्थितियों में उनको निर्णय लेने पड़ता है, जहाँ मानव अधिकारों का पालन होने की होता है। फिर भी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कानूनों के तहत सशस्त्र बल मानव अधिकारों की रक्षा के लिए समान रूप से सामान्य है, विशेष यही प्रश्न उठता है तो आज भी बहस का विषय है, क्या मानव अधिकार निर्देश हैं या सशस्त्र या सशस्त्र? क्या व्यक्ति स्वयं के मानव अधिकारों का उल्लंघन कर रहा है, उसके लिए रक्षा करनी चाहिए? यह एक सतत बहस का विषय है और आज की बात प्रतियोगिता इसी प्रकार के जटिल प्रश्नों पर मंथन करने का अवसर प्रदान करेगी। आज हमारे बीच केंद्रीय सशस्त्र पुलिस बलों के 64 प्रतिनिधि उपस्थित हैं, जो इसी विषय पर अपने विचार प्रस्तुत करेंगे। यह सभी महिलाओं के केवल योग्यता का नहीं बल्कि बहुत ही शिक्षा का मंच है। आज जो ग्रहण की गई है वे फाइनल राउंड ऑफ पेश करेंगे, जिसका आयोजन SSB करने के लिए होगा, जहां देश भर से नए श्रेष्ठों का अपने विचारों की प्रतिस्पर्धा करेंगे। मैं सभी प्रतिभागियों को के परिश्रम लगन और उत्कृष्ट तैयारी के लिए हार्दिक देते हैं। आज का बार हम सभी के ज्ञान पर प्रेरणादायक और ज्यादा तेजी से हो इससे मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं। मेरे का स्वागत करता हूँ तथा सभी सफलता की शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। आप सभी का पुनः आपसे स्वागत और शुभकामनाएं। जय जय।
Encouraging and inspiring words. I now request Chief Leader Shri Nageshwar Padwale, IAS, to kindly declare the debate open and share his words of guidance.
सम्मानित केंद्रीय सशस्त्र पुलिस बलों के सम्मानित समवस्थित अधिकारियों, वाद विवाद में आज देश के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से हारे हुए आदरणीय अतिथियों, सज्जनों एवं मित्रों, आप सभी को मेरी ओर से आदरपूर्वक नमस्कार। अपनी ओर से भी न्यायालय की ओर से भी आपकी स्वागत करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं। प्रथमतः सशस्त्र सीमा बल सीमांत कार्यालय बलों के आदरणीय अधिकारियों, मुख्यतः संजय रत्न जी IAS भारतीय पुलिस सेवा महानिरीक्षक तथा श्री राजेश ठाकुर उप निरीक्षक के प्रति आभार एवं कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन करना चाहूँगा, जिन्होंने अतीब पाकर इस द्विदिवसीय कार्यक्रम में निर्णायक मंडल के अध्यक्ष के रूप में मुझे आमंत्रित कर गौरवान्वित किया तथा आप समस्त के बीच समुपस्थित होने का अवसर बनाया। मुझे ये बताया गया था कि मानवाधिकार जागरूकता को प्रोत्साहित करने के उद्देश्य से राष्ट्रीय मानवाधिकार आयोग NHRC द्वारा प्रायः प्रतिवर्ष भारतीय स्तर पर इस वाद प्रयोग का डिबेट कमीशन आयोजित किया जाता है, जिसमें केंद्रीय पुलिस बलों के अधिकारी अपना प्रतिभाग करते हैं। सचमुच आयोग का यह प्रयास अति सराहनीय, प्रशंसनीय एवं वंदनीय है। साथ ही साथ यही गौरवपूर्ण और अत्यंत यही प्रसन्नता का विषय है कि वर्ष 2025 से इस प्रतियोगिता का आयोजित करने का दायित्व SSB सीमांत कार्यालय बलों को दिया गया। अतः हम सबको विशेष प्रसन्नता हो रही है और इस प्रसन्नता का विषय को आपसे बांटते हुए हम सीमा सशस्त्र पुलिस बल लखनऊ अपनी ओर से बहुत बधाई देता है। Friends, it's my privilege and honor to stand before you as the presiding officer of the debate on an issue of profound importance and justice. It's really very relevant and challenging topic. The title of the subject of the debate is depriving people of their human rights under any circumstances is the biggest crime against society. It is self-crucial and of great atrocity. Human rights are the basis of the human dignity and fair. Human rights are the soul of humanity. They respect the role of the poor. They are not the luxury. They are the very foundation of a just society. Human rights are universal, inalienable, and indivisible. They apply to every person and ensure equality, freedom, and respect for all people, regardless of nationality, gender, religion, ethnicity, belief, or any other status. History has demonstrated that these rights are denied when these rights are denied, whether through discrimination, oppression, or misuse of power, society is run into injustice, violence, and moral decay. Today, the debate is about mankind and more. It's not simply law and politics. It focuses on violation of the fundamental right. Therefore, let the debate not be an individual side alone, but the catalyst for action and others. I urge all participants to see clearly but respectfully and argue with integrity while respecting the necessity of free expression and intellectual honesty. हम सब भाग्यशाली हमारे निर्णायक मंडल में दो महान भावों की उपस्थिति हमें जगह प्रदान कर रही है। दोनों महान भाव विषय विशेषज्ञ थे, विशेष महाविज्ञ में अपने दृष्टिकोण से डॉक्टर पूर्व प्रोफेसर लखनऊ एवं आदरणीय सेवानिवृत्त पुलिस महानिदेशक आपकी उपस्थिति के बल पर मैं अध्यक्ष के रूप में समस्त प्रतिभागियों को यह विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि आपने जो परिश्रम किया है, आपने जो तैयारी की है और आपने जो मंथन किया है, इस मंथन से निसंदेह जो नवनीत निकलेगा यह मेरे विनम्र संबंध में मानवता को बढ़ाने में सहायक। इन्हीं विनम्र शब्दों के साथ आप एक बार पुनः स्वागत करते हुए अभिनंदन करते हुए मैं प्रतिभागियों से आज के बाद प्रतियोगिता कंपटीशन डिबेट को आरंभ करने के लिए विनम्र अनुरोध करता हूं। जय हिंद।
Before the competition begins, let us take a quick look at the top for daily rules and assessment criteria that will guide today's proceedings. I will first be stating the topic of debate for today: depriving people of their human rights under any circumstances is the biggest crime against the society. I will again repeat the topic: depriving people of their human rights under any circumstances is the biggest crime against society. मैं इस विषय को हिंदी में दोहराता था। किसी भी परिस्थिति में लोगों को उनके मानवाधिकारों से वंचित करना समाज के विरुद्ध सबसे बड़ा अपराध है। किसी भी परिस्थिति में लोगों को उनके मानवाधिकारों से वंचित करना समाज के विरुद्ध सबसे बड़ा अपराध है। Coming to the rules and assessment criteria, each competitor will be allowed 5 minutes to speak. After 4 minutes, there will be a warning level. The members of the jury are at disposition to deduct marks in case a speaker does not talk after 5 minutes. Criteria for assessment performance of participants is as follows: presentation has been reserved for 10 marks and logic and reasoning again for 10 marks. The total of average marks awarded by the members of the jury to both the candidates of a team shall determine the performance of the team. In case of a tie between winning participants, the criteria for assessment and declaration of results shall be the discretion of the sitting jury. From amongst the teams competing in the semi-final round, 4 best teams in each category of the language with not more than 2 teams of a particular CAPF would qualify for the final round. अब मैं इस नियमावली को हिंदी में दोहरा के सभी को बताना चाहूँगा। प्रत्येक प्रतिभागी को बोलने के लिए 5 मिनट का समय दिया जाएगा। 4 मिनट पूरे होने पर एक चेतावनी घंटी बजाई जाएगी। यदि कोई वक्ता 5 मिनट के बाद भी बोलना जारी रखता है तो जूरी सदस्य अपने विवेकानुसार अंक काट सकते हैं। प्रतिभागियों के प्रदर्शन के मूल्यांकन के मानदंड इस प्रकार हैं। प्रस्तुति के लिए 10 अंक, तर्क एवं विवेचना के लिए 10 अंक दिए गए। जूरी सदस्यों द्वारा टीम के दोनों प्रतिभागियों के लिए दिए गए औसत अंकों का कुल योग ही टीम के प्रदर्शन का निर्धारण करेगा। यदि विजेता प्रतिभागियों के बीच अंक समान अथवा टाई हो जाते हैं तो परिणाम घोषित करने का निर्णय जूरी के विवेक पर निर्भर रहेगा। सेमीफाइनल राउंड में भाग लेने वाली टीमों में से प्रत्येक भाषा वर्ग में 4 सर्वश्रेष्ठ टीमों का चयन किया जाएगा। किसी एक बल की अधिकतम 2 टीमें ही फाइनल राउंड के लिए चयनित हो सकेंगी। मुझे अपेक्षा है सभी को यह नियमावली स्पष्ट है। आज हम सबसे पहले अंग्रेजी भाषा के वक्ता से शुरुआत करेंगे। However, with that, we'll now take a short break for tea and refreshments. Participants, jury and guests are requested to reassemble in the auditorium after the break for the commencement of the debate. Thank you. was the day when the truth of Abu Ghraib prison became public. Images showed that human beings were stripped, humiliated, and abused by the very people who were there to guard them. These photographs shook the conscience of the world, but a deeper caution emerged. Both the parties thought that they were right. The guards believed that they were protecting the nation from terrorists, while the international community thought that these acts blurred the lines that separated civilization from barbarism. Who was right? That is not for me to answer. That is why we are here. Robert Frost beautifully said, two paths diverged in a yellow wood, and I took the one less traveled by. It was such an easy choice. However, Frost never had to wear a uniform and face the tough question of whether the human rights were absolute in nature. For that, the burden falls on the shoulders of 64 participants here. These participants will illuminate the path for days to come, exploring the two roads before us. One leading to saving thousands' lives, while the other protecting a single person's human rights. We'll also explore the tough questions, such as the one being called the ticking time bomb scenario in military parlance. Article 5 of Universal Declaration on Human Rights says, no one shall be subjected to torture or to cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment. But what if there is a bomb waiting to explode? Tick, tick, tick. There is a suspect in custody. Who knows where the bomb is? This is where the real dilemma emerges. Subject the person to torture, to extract information, or to protect his human rights. Because as Nelson Mandela once said, to deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity. So here we stand at the crossroads. One path says human rights are absolutes. They are the defining feature of humanity and the driving force behind the civilization. While the other path says human rights are not a suicide pact. When saving 1,000 lives requires stripping one person of his human rights, we make an impossible choice. Today, our debaters will navigate this moral minefield, arguing for absolutes in a world that rarely offers them. They will not provide us with easy answers, but they will definitely lead us to questions that define who we are. Let the debate begin. I now invite our first speaker to present their argument, Sub-Inspector Pratyusha from RPF.
Nice time. "17-year-old boy dies screaming in a police custody in Rajkot. 3 laborers electrocuted beneath the collapsing hoarding in Ahmedabad. 7 workers were burned alive in Andhra Pradesh factory explosion, and the Supreme Court judge whispers that this shocks the conscience of the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, these are not the headlines in the news. This was the facts we are denying in every day. When law loses its conscience, the justice become its cruelty weapon. When the state plays with the human rights of the public, it commits the biggest crime, the crime of forgetting humanity. Respected judges, dignitaries, and my worthy opponent, a very good morning to everyone. I am Pratyusha, Sub-Inspector, Railway Protection Force. I rise for the motion that with the realities, not with the theory. In 2019, in Hyderabad, Dr. Priyanka Reddy was murdered brutally. 4 accused involved in this incident was encountered by the police, but the nation has celebrated, but the constitutionalists wept because in this case, the humanity, the people, when the vengeance was taken against the crime of the pen, it makes that the public. In the case of, let me take you about another example. In 2020, a Dalit girl was murdered by the police and prevented in the midnight without knowing the knowledge of their parents. Here, the law was not denied. It was very much includes human rights for what is society we are living. It made our conscious to think once again. In Hathras, this incident was taken place. Let me talk to you in Lakshmipur Kheri incident in 2022. The farmers were crushed over the SUVs. This shows that the powerful has went to the home, powerless has went to the court. This shows that the protection becomes a privilege and the people became, the who were not having the power, they went to the court and stand it. In 2023, Manipur women were stripped without the clothes. This shows the nation conscience was somewhere else and everywhere. Not only this, in 2024, Nizamabad, Telangana, the person was died in a police custody where he was having a 24 marks on his body, but none of the conscience of the body was taken. Let me talk about some more the incident. We'll see all the dark reality. Somewhere the filing incidents we think. When in 2017, Puttaswamy case, if we think, it already declared the decency as a fundamental right. Not only this, if we take some of the incident, Justice Chandrachud has stated that when the state power stops, the human dignity will be begin. In the case of Ishrat Ahmad case, in that case, the court has given a statement that the country's republic is not defined by how much the police are infusing the fear in the people, but it shows that how the people respond to the faith in the police peoples. In the 2025, recently in the May, Supreme Court has given a judgment that whenever the government agencies or police people are keeping watch over FRS system, facial recognition system, then they have to keep that, give the judicial oversight over this, because watching without vigilance, it does comes under a vigilance, it comes under a violation of humankind. Amidst all this dark reality, somewhere in 2023 in Kerala, it was introduced that CCTV footages should be installed in every custody so that the officer and the accused will be protected. In Barosa, Telangana centers, it was in the protection and the justice come under one roof. Not only this, Indian Army has released bulletins of the humanitarian law. Not only this, my own Railway Protection Force has rescued more than 1,000 children under Operation Nanne Fariste. And this, all this, then the people who wear uniform also has the depressions, because behind the medals there were lots of sleepless nights because the battles we do. I would like to conclude that declining the people's human rights is not only a legal action, it makes the public to remember that the justice will rise taller when the humanity is being maintained. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Pratyusha, for presenting your arguments. Now I invite Inspector Gauranga Boru from RPF, who will be speaking against the motion. Inspector Gauranga Boru.
May I start, sir? Very good morning to you all. I am Gauranga Boro, Inspector Railway Protection Force, Southwestern Railway, Bengaluru in Karnataka. Today I have come over here to speak about the motion, against the motion. The motion is that the topic which I am totally not agreed with. Why the word has been used as crimes. Where there is crime, there is accused. So, respected chairperson, respected jury members, distinguished officers present over here, and my dear opponent colleagues and the colleagues against the motion, and my dear audience. Today, the subject is totally against the society, against the administration, and against the notion and livelihood of the nation and the public in the country. India is a democratic country. Here, the word which has been used as deprivation, depriving people. Here, there is no personal, there is not a person, it is the people. This is the nation, this is the citizens of the country. Depriving people of their human rights in certain circumstances. It is not all the circumstances. We are not understanding what you are going to say, my dear opponent colleagues. You understand the theme, you understand the topic first. It is not a single person, it is the people. It is not at every time, it is a certain circumstances. And you are going to treat it, is it a crime? Is it a crime of depriving the human rights to the people? No, it is not crime. I will start from the Article 19. What Article 19 of Indian Constitution says? It says right to speak, right to express, and right to movement. Today I am here. According to this right, I have the right to speak over here. I have the right to express my expression, and I have the movement. You cannot oppose that. But, respected Speaker, sir, you have given us only 4 minutes warning and 1 minute final. It is restriction. Should I say it is crime? It is crime against the right to speak. It is crime against the Article of 19. Please understand the notion, understand the matter of this. So I want to speak that it is not like that. My dear opponent colleagues, please go to Article 370 in Kashmir. What happened? Due to restriction of public movement and media, bloodsheds and provocation like activities were banned. But it was very badly criticized by the media. Article 370. Now my opponent colleague who has just spoken in favor of the motion regarding Manipur. I am the son of Northeast and India. I am from Assam. I know what is happening since last 30 years. But today, according to topic, I want to say, in Manipur in 2023, what happened? Yes, it is like curtailing the privileges of the citizens, but restricting the media and certain informations by the organization, by the ministry, by the government, it has prevented some ethnic violence and some terrorism and some activities which are violating the human rights. So is it crime? Can you say Indian government is committing crime? And crime means Indian government is accused? So please understand the topic. Now I will say about Article 33. Do you know we all the personnel of the force and being member of the force, we have been restricted of certain rights and fundamental rights that we cannot apply. So Article 333 restricts us to apply some our rights, in which the Parliament has been given power to minimize our power to apply whenever on duty and discharging duties. So my dear colleagues, you try to understand what is happening and what is going to happen. But this subject is very much interesting, and I hope all of you will go through this, not keeping in readiness of some theoretical and some sections, some incidents, some examples over here and representing. But if you don't understand properly to the words, sentence to sentence of this topic, your total idea, exchanging of views will be demoralized. So I request you all, please go through that. So lastly, I want to say the United Nations Convention Agreement regarding civil and political rights it is said that certain curtailment of the rights and liberty will set the order of law. And we cannot oppose about that. We should go thoroughly. And finally, I want to say that depriving people of human rights in any circumstances is a major crime. No, it is not a crime. It is a privilege of the law to control over the rights and liberties of the people for the safety and security and peace of the country. Jai Hind.
Inspector Goranga. Now I invite Constable Gaurav Goyal from RPF who will be speaking for the motion. Constable Gaurav Goyal, RPF.
May I start? The circumstances that cause injustice to one individual can have broader implications on all of us. Even Nelson Mandela said, true freedom is a shared privilege. When one person is oppressed, it affects the entire society. With this, good morning to honorable jury members, respected seniors, my dear brothers and sisters of armed forces. I, Gaurav Goyal, Constable, RPF Western Railway, stand here to speak for the motion on the topic, depriving people of the human rights under any circumstance is the greatest crime against the society. The idea of human rights is not new. History itself is incomplete with the examples of unjustified brutality, where even government or security forces have faced criticism. Whether it may be Holocaust against the Jews under the Nazis rule, the Rwandan genocide in which nearly 8 lakh Tutsi and Hutu tribes were massacred, the Rowlatt Act of 1919 under which no power, no mercy, no appeal, only arrest without trial, the very well-known Jallianwala Bagh massacre. These all incidents remind us that when human rights are ignored, violence multiplies instead of ending. Now imagine yourself in a situation. Imagine that you are an innocent citizen, falsely detained, beaten, humiliated. Would you ever trust the security forces again? Or would you carry anger in your heart? Now imagine a powerful nation closing its borders to millions of people who got displaced by rising sea levels. People left to starve and suffer, simply because compassion stopped at the borders. This is why I say depriving people of human rights is not a policy failure, but it's the greatest crime against the society itself. In recent years, India has witnessed grave human crisis. The ethnic violence in Manipur between Meitei and Kuki communities left 260 dead and 70,000 displaced. The Ladakh statehood protest saw police firing on unarmed civilians, proving that when power replaces empathy, human rights became the first casualty. Also, we have seen globally our neighboring nation, Tajikistan, have bombed its own villages due to internal conflict. It is nothing less than a war crime. The world is watching. Even the UK lawmakers stood against the Pakistani government exploiting the resources of Balochistan. So UK lawmakers stand in favor of the people of Balochistan, resulting in severe poverty and suffering for the people of Balochistan. And however, amidst these dark realities, government took some initiatives to restore dignity and trust. Recently, in Manipur, Kuki and Zomi communities surrendered illegal arms, backed by the coordinated efforts of security forces and local government. Also, the introduction of the new criminal law reforms are the major positive steps taken by the government. Alongside these, the introduction of legal reforms by NHRC and targeted rehabilitation schemes demonstrate that the security not only the state security not only to protect the nation but also to restore dignity and trust. So in my opinion, I think that depriving anyone of their human rights is not merely a political or legal issue. It is a major policy failure. As Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. To conclude, I would say that history wants us, imagination haunts us, and current events reminds us that when without human rights, we are merely existing, not living. Let us remember, the state security needs depends only on the nation's security. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Gaurav. I would now like to invite Constable Shanu Maran from RPF, who will be speaking against the motion. Constable Shanu Maran, RPF.
कर्मण्यवादी कारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन मा कर्मफल हेतुर्भु बाते संगोष्ठवा कर्मणि. As Lord Krishna, who points in Bhagavad Gita that we should never refrain ourselves to fulfilling our duties and should never hope for the outcome. A very warm good morning to one and all present here, respected honorable judges, respected officers, and all my fellow devotees. This is Shanu Maran, Railway Protection Force, and today I'll stand here to speak against the motion that depriving people of their human rights under any circumstances is the biggest crime against society. Sir, while it is undeniable that human rights are fundamental and intrinsic, it is also crucial to recognize a symbiotic relationship between rights and duties. And I stand firmly against the motion. Why? Because in life, nothing is absolute, not even rights. Human rights cannot apply blindly. Human rights cannot apply blindly because at some circumstances, the rights of nation are important for the safety of the nation. The line said by Winston Churchill that the right to life are secured, but the safety of nation is above rights. This statement perfectly captures the sense of my argument that the human rights are vital but not absolute. The human rights are vital but not absolute. Once Chanakya said, the person who saves their nation saves all dharmas, but when a person who destroys the nation destroys everything. For example, if a terrorist plans to bomb a society, do we still say, don't arrest him, it's his right to freedom? No, if a person destroy their rights, their freedom automatically died. Thank you, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Shan, for presenting your arguments. I would now like to invite Sub-Inspector Hansa Didwania from BSF speaking for the motion. Hansa Didwania, BSF.
Jai sir, may I start? सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग्. Good morning, honorable judges, respected chairperson, and my fellow participants. Today, I, Sub-Inspector Hansa Didwania of Border Security Force, is standing before you to speak for the motion that depriving people their human rights under any circumstances is the biggest crime against the society. My dear friends, human rights are not the luxuries or the gifts granted by the government. Section 2D of India's Protection Act of Human Rights 1993 defines human rights are the rights related to life, liberty, equality and dignity of the individual, which are guaranteed by the Indian Constitution or embodied in the international covenants and are enforceable by Court of India. Let us imagine we woke a morning and we find that our rights to speak, to work or even to dream has been erased silently. No chains, no prison walls, yet we are caged in. This silent theft, ladies and gentlemen, is not only an attack on an individual, it's the betrayal of the full human society. History witnesses that from the Holocaust to the apartheid of the South Africa and in current scenario modern day ethnic persecution, a single crime against humanity began the day when someone said, these people don't need rights. When we are depriving rights, if we can say that depriving rights is a political act, but it's a moral murder. Murder of conscience, equality, empathy. When a society turns its back for a single human person, then the soul is already lost. Depriving rights is not just for a generation, it cripples the next. Let us take when a girl is denied education today, becomes a community denies for progress tomorrow. When a worker denies for fair wages today, it becomes a nation denies for prosperity tomorrow. Human rights are not the private property, it's a public investment. If we snatch them, we lose the society, their peace, productivity, progress. Let us look at today's scenario of the world, that there are numerous conflict zones where we can see not only the failure of the diplomacy, it's the failure of the human right. If we talk about today's scenario, that we all know that Bangladesh incident and the Gen Z protest of Nepal. In mid-2025, there is a case of Azerbaijan is well known to all. When the rights are deprived, the first victim is the trust. No institute can survive long when the people stop believing that they will be treated fairly. Human rights are not the moral ideas, they are the architecture of the governance. Break the governance and you will build the chaos. If we talk about that, human rights, some may say that some section of the people may be depriving of human rights is convenience for the ruler, but it sows the seeds of rebellion, instability or fear. When a nation is ruled by fear, the freedom dies slowly. No circumstances can justify deprivation. Some might argue that for national security and emergency, but I must say that security built on fear is not security, it's suffocation. Even during the wartime, we all know that International Law of Geneva Convention, where the rights of the imprisoned are also protected. For what we are standing here, when the humanity is killed, for what exactly we are surviving for? Some might say that may claim that the criminal loses their right
But I must say there is law of criminal jurisprudence where they don't lose their right. Instead, it is suspended for due process of law. Even the prisoners has the right to life and dignity. When the justice is done on humanity, and if we don't able to do so, we are betrayed merely in the form of a robe. Even the dreaded militant like Azmal Kasab was given a fair trial. I must say, depriving biggest rights will lose the soul, spirit of the soul. Theft like murder or theft, crime like theft or murder will definitely affect an individual. But denying of human rights will affect the entire civilization. Ladies and gentlemen, depriving human rights, that is not the slogan, it's the heartbeat of the civilization. Today, if we have the society, we decline these human rights, the soul will decay smoothly, slowly, but certainly. As Nelson Mandela rightly said, to deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity. I stand not as a debater, but as a believer that to deny people their human rights in any circumstances is indeed a biggest crime against the society. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Hansa, for presenting your arguments. Now, I would like to invite Constable Ajay Singh from BSF speaking against the motion. Constable Ajay Singh, BSF.
If saving a nation means restricting a few rights, then call me guilty because I choose my country first. Respected dignitaries, honorable jury members, and my fellow participants. I, Constable G.D. Ajay Singh, representing Border Security Force, today standing here to oppose the motion that depriving people of their human rights under any circumstances is the biggest crime against society. Because sometimes to protect the society require the temporary limitation on these individual rights is not an act of cruelty but is an act of necessity. Human rights are fundamental, yes, but even in Indian Constitution under Article 19 subclass 2 to 19 subclass 6 allows the reasonable restriction on human rights, not as an act of cruelty but as an act of necessity. Limiting rights under certain conditions is not a crime, it is a constitutional wisdom. Article 29 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights itself states that human rights can be limited under certain conditions to ensure the respect for others and welfare of the society. Honorable jury members, calling every deprivation of the human rights the biggest crime ignore the context and degree. Crimes like genocide, corruption, terrorism, or large-scale violences often violate rights. But that's not a crime. Not all the restrictions are comparable to the horrors. Sometimes, limited suspension on these rights protect us from a greater harm. To make my point clearer, let me share some recent incidents where government had to restrict our human rights temporarily, not as an act of cruelty but as an act of necessity. For example, quarantine during pandemic restrict the moment but saved the thousands of lives. We all remember the COVID-19 lockdown. Staying inside, travel ban, technically chaos, school closed. Those were the violation of the freedom of movement and right to vote. But were they really crime? No. These slips saved the thousands of millions of lives. If we had demanded full freedom at that time, we would have paid with the countless lives. So limiting a right in a certain condition is not a crime, it is the greatest duty. Internet shutdowns in the sensitive areas like Kashmir and Manipur. In countries like India, when there are terrorist threats or riots, authorities sometimes impose curfew or restrict the internet access. Yes, that may limit our rights for a few hours or days, but those actions stop violence, protect people, and prevent us from a greater crime. I want to ask my worthy opponents that if a few people's temporary discomfort can save the thousands of innocent lives, is that really a crime? Honorable jury members, to maintain the law and order, government had to maintain law and order, government put restrictions, certain restrictions on the individual rights. When terrorists, rapists and criminals are arrested, their freedom is taken away. But we don't call that a violation of human rights. We call that justice, because allowing them to roam free in the public is the greatest crime, is the biggest crime against society. So not all restrictions are evil. Some are essential for the fairness and safety. Honorable jury members, human rights gives us dignity, but survival gives us life. In the times of war, disaster or pandemic, temporary restrictions may feel painful, but that protect us from a greater harm. In the times of war, when there are terrorist threats, that protect us from, and when there is a certain restriction, that protect us from a greater harm. Human rights, no doubt at all that freedom are pure and privileged. But as Indira Gandhi said that freedom is not the license for chaos. And Mahatma Gandhi told us that the true source of the right is duty. So together these both teach us one great truth, that when rights cross the lines of duty, they lose their goodness and morality. A soldier limits his own freedom to protect the freedom of others. That's not deprivation, that's devotion. What truly destroys society is not when their rights is taken away, but when they are misused without conscience. In conclusion, to claim that every deprivation of the human rights is the biggest crime against society is emotionally powerful but logically flawed. Right exists so that society can function, not collapse. Therefore, I strongly oppose the motion with these lines that rights were made to protect the society, not to destroy it. When rights threaten peace, restraint becomes justice. Jai Hind, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Ajay. I would now like to invite Constable Akhtas Hussain from BSF speaking for the motion. Constable Akhtas Hussain, BSF.
जॉन बुढ़िया साहब का एक शेर है ना कि आदमी का आदमी हर हाल में हमदर्द है, आदमी का आदमी हर हाल में हमदर्द है, एक तवज्जो चाहिए इंसान को इंसान की तरफ। Esteemed chief guests, honorable judges and my dear friends, today I would like to throw light on this topic called depriving people of their human rights under any circumstances is the biggest crime against society. Yes, it is, and I am in favor of this motion. Actually, what are human rights? These are universally recognized moral principles that establish a standard of human behavior and are not only protected by national but international laws. These are the essential foundation that allows us to survive and thrive through challenges and are also the foundation of human dignity and the cornerstone of peaceful and prosperous society. Consider the Holocaust, the Armenian genocide, the Rohingya crisis. These weren't just individual tragedies. These were crimes against humanity that outraged the conscience of mankind. In Nazi Germany, it didn't stop with persecution. It led to World War. This example proves that these are systematic in nature and can lead to societal breakdown. So under any circumstances, it's a crime against society. There are certain quotes like, learning from our champions, Nelson Mandela said, to deny people their human right is to challenge their very humanity. And Martin Luther said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are in ground to protect these civilians, these innocent souls. If they feel harm, how come we justify our duties? These human rights violation creates a devastating domino effect through society. These can trigger social decline, economic decline, and hidden development. This isn't theoretical. It's happening right now across the globe. Consider the impact. When freedom of expression is suppressed, innovation dies. When right to education is denied, economic progress stagnates. When equal protection under law is removed, trust in institutions evaporates. And when government entities violates human rights with impunity, it erodes public trust in these institutions. So countries experiencing these are continuously showing underdevelopment. Denial of one right invariably impede enjoyment of other right. We don't just harm one aspect of society, we damage whole societal structure. Without human right protection, there can be no sustained peace, no stability, no democracy, no protection from harm, and no place to speak up. These countries experiencing systematic denial of rights are consistently expressing these underdevelopment conflicts and social breakdown. Some may argue that in extraordinary circumstances, such as national security threats and public emergencies, can justify temporary restrictions on rights. This argument is fundamentally flawed and dangerously misguided. Most importantly, societies that protect human rights are actually more stable and secure than those that don't. When people have legal channels to address their grievances, they don't resort to violence. When minorities feel protected, they contribute to rather than rebel against society. There are certain examples, like according to NHRC, 17,146 people died in judicial custody between 2010 to 2020. Between 2016 to 2022, there were almost 813 encounter killings and 259 from Chhattisgarh itself. In Global Torture Index 2025, India is at higher risk. In Operation Good Rose, there was a widespread human rights violation and people are missing till date. Tell me, this isn't a crime? Yes, it is. So consistently, these are showing us the breakdown. We are harming this society. We are damaging this society. And these countries showing these conflicts, these are devastating these societies. This is not bearable. There are certain views like armed force conflicts devastating these civilian populations. This isn't right. So these, in some cases, like judicial custodies and these temporary restrictions on rights, this argument is flawed and this is misguided, wholly misguided. There are certain facts that denial of right isn't protected, a denial of right isn't an argument, this is an argument. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Abbas Hussain. I would now like to invite Sub-Inspector Islam Mishra, BSF, speaking against the motion. Sub-Inspector Islam Mishra, BSF.
पवित्राणाय साधना विनाशाय चतुश्रुता धर्म संस्थापनार्थाय संभवामि युगे युगे. Even Lord Krishna said that for the establishment of law and dharma, the protection of innocents as well as the elimination of miscreants, both are equally warranted. This shloka from Mahabharata reminds us that true righteousness cannot survive without moral restraint, and that, dear judges, is precisely the spirit in which I rise today. Not to deny human rights, but to defend their meaning. Because human rights are not the air we breathe, they are the shelter we build. They are fragile, deliberate, and bound by reason. Respected Chairperson, honorable members of the jury, and my dear learned co-participants, this is Sub-Inspector Islam Mishra, BSF, standing before you to argue against the motion. The phrase, under any circumstances, sounds poetic, but poetry cannot govern nations. Even the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, humanity's moral compass, concedes that certain rights may be limited in times of national peril. The European Convention on Human Rights echoes this same wisdom. Why? Because even liberty needs law to protect it. Even sunlight needs horizon to rise. As legal scholar Khurram Beg observed, the purpose of law is not to make freedom endless, it is to make it endurable. Because endless freedom is not strength, it is chaos. Consider freedom of speech. Democracy's proudest jewel. But can we let that jewel be used to blind and burn? Should hate speech, misinformation and incitement be worshipped as liberty? Our own Indian constitution, wise beyond its time, says no. Article 19 grants freedom of expression, but with reasonable restrictions on the grounds of morality, security and public order. Therefore, freedom is not the right to say everything, it is the responsibility to say what is right. So I ask you, is it oppression to silence the voice that calls for violence? Is it tyranny to restrain the hand that threatens peace? Or is it perhaps the deepest form of compassion? During the COVID-19 pandemic, the world faced an impossible question. What is the value of freedom if freedom costs lives? Borders closed, streets fell silent, rights were restricted, yes, but not from cruelty, from care. Lockdowns were not chains, they were shields. Sometimes restraint is not the absence of freedom, it is the presence of conscience. Let's also look at the moral paradox here. Every time a murderer is imprisoned, a terrorist detained, or corrupt official disempowered, a human right is technically deprived. But is justice then a crime? Is protection then oppression? When the innocent sleep safely because the guilty are confined, that is not the greatest crime against society. That is society defending its soul, choosing order over oblivion. If every deprivation were evil, then every law would be tyranny. But the truth is simple, my friends. To deny one man's liberty at times may be the only way to preserve another's right. That is not barbarism, that is civilization. Honorable judges, liberty is a flame, but even a flame needs air in balance. The art of civilization lies in preserving that balance between compassion and control, between freedom and responsibility. Because freedom is not the chaos of countless choices. It is the conscience to choose rightly. As Montesquieu declared, true liberty exists only within the boundaries of law. Beyond it lies the tyranny of impulse. So no, depriving people of their rights under certain circumstances is not the greatest crime against society. Sometimes it is society's greatest act of moral courage. Choosing justice over blind emotions, choosing survival over self-destruction. For what is freedom without order? What is democracy without discipline? And what is humanity without the will to protect itself? And I believe that whenever a civilization stands guard to its moral boundaries, it does not betray its liberty, it honors it. So let us honor it. Dharma rakshati rakshita. Dharma protects those who protect it. So let us protect it, not with fear, but with faith. Not with chains, but with conscience. Because in the end, it is not restraint that destroys society, it is the absence of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kisle. I would now like to invite Constable Basappa Kumbar, BSF, speaking for the motion. Constable Basappa Kumbar, BSF.
Good morning everyone, respected chairman, esteemed jury and my worthy opponents. Today I, Constable Basappa Kumbar, Forward Security Force, I stand for the motion depriving people human rights under any circumstances is the biggest crime against society. Human rights are not privileges that can be given or taken at will. They are the basic moral and legal entitlements every person possesses simply because they are human. When we strip anyone of these rights, the right to life, freedom, dignity or equality, we are not just harming one individual, we are damaging the very fabric of humanity itself. Let us first understand what human rights truly mean. According to the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights in 1948, these are the inherent rights of all human beings, regardless of race, gender, religion, language or nationality. They include to the right to live freely, to express oneself, to seek education, to be treated with justice, and to live without fear or discrimination. When any person, organization or government deprives someone of these rights, whether through war, discrimination or abuse, it is not merely a violation of law, it is an assault of the moral conscience of society. A society exercises the foundation of trust and justice. When people believe that their rights are secure, they live freely, innovate, cooperate and build a better world. But the moment rights are denied, whether to minorities, women, refugees or prisoners, their trust collapses. Think of part of just South Africa, the Holocaust in Nazi Germany, or even modern forms of racial profiling and censorship. Each began with the denial of human rights to certain groups and what followed: violence, hatred and the breakdown of entire nations. Depriving someone of their human rights does not just harm them, it corrupts society from within. It teaches of their cruelty and inequality are acceptable. Many argue that in times of war, national security or emergency, human rights can be suspended, but this is a dangerous justification. When we accept exceptions, the line between protections and opposition vanishes. For example, during wars, innocent civilians are often tortured or killed in the name of defense. During pandemics, some governments have silenced free speech for the sake of safety. These may seem like necessary measures, but history shows they often become excuses for tyranny. If we start deciding who deserves rights and who does not, we stop being human altogether. As the great Nelson Mandela said, to deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity. So, given the law acts against crime, it must do so within the boundaries of human rights, not outside them. Ladies and gentlemen, depriving anyone of human rights is not just a legal wrongdoing. It is a moral collapse, betrayal of everything civilization stands for. When rights are denied to one who person, the freedom of all is at risk. History teaches us that the greatest crimes, slavery, apartheid, all begin with the simple idea and some people's rights matterless. To deprive anyone of them under any circumstances is needed against the crime against society. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Basappa. I would now like to invite Inspector Deepak Sharma, BSF, who will be speaking against the motion. Inspector Deepak Sharma, BSF.
मानव अधिकारों के हकों का तसव्वुर तो रखते हो, आओ मिलकर एक न्यायपूर्ण समाज की नींव रखी जाए। Respected Chairperson, esteemed jury, my worthy co-participants and all the distinguished members here of the audience. Today the topic before us is depriving people of their human rights under any circumstances is the biggest crime against society. I, Inspector Deepak Sharma, Border Security Force, stand before you to speak against the motion. From the Rigved and Samved, which speak of Dharma and Nyaya, to a written constitution that seeks to secure every citizen's liberty, we have always understood one truth. Rights are not abstract ideal floating in the ether, they must be secured by reality. From the tireless work of our doctor who restrain a patient for their own survival, from the authority of a judge who deprives a convicted criminal for their freedom to protect community, from the unwavering vigil of our peacemaker who sometimes act decisively to prevent mass casualty, we have come a long way. And today when I look at this topic, I see three aspects. What is the fundamental role of authority? What is the real meaning of collective security? And is a momentary compromise truly the biggest crime of our hour? Ladies and gentlemen, we are often lectured about the sanctity of individual's right, but as a functioning society, we must believe in sacrificing the lesser to save greater. From the early philosopher to modern counter-terrorism doctrine, we have never lacked conviction. Security must inform, not always compromise. When a soldier stands on the border at midnight, he does not ask the intruder whether his rights are being violated. He asks only one question: are you a threat to my people? Because a nation without security cannot protect rights at all, and authority stripped of the power to enforce limits becomes only a statue, not a shield. Let us acknowledge that the architecture of human rights is already established in our constitution, guided by our judiciary and watched over by the free press. They are the noble pillars of our society. But when these noble pillars shake, when the flame of chaos rises, who step up forward? Who runs into a burning building to save others? It is the soldiers, the police officers, the rescue workers. They are the guardians of life. I speak of the crime of treason, I speak of the crime of mass anarchy, I speak of the crime of terrorism that shatter orders. They are not just threat to lives, they are threat to the very ability of the state to exist. Because when the state falls, when the security dissolves, the lofty ideals of human rights become meaningless. Even the great philosopher Thomas Hobbes said, in the absence of rights, in the absence of order, rights have no meaning. Security is not the enemy of liberty, it is its foundation. Without security, freedom is like a candle in the storm, beautiful but short-lived. According to a good data between 2016 and 2023, India imposed temporarily internet ban over 700 times, mainly in areas like Jammu and Kashmir, not to silence people, but to control mob violence and to protect the national security. Yes, certain rights were curtailed, but did society collapse? No, it survived because of those very restrictions. My opponent might say human rights are universal and unconditional, but I ask, are they? Even the UN itself allowed the suspension of certain rights during national emergencies. Our own constitution recognizes the need for balance. Article 33 and Article 34, for instance, empower the Parliament to abrogate or restrict the fundamental rights in their application to armed forces and while martial law is enforced. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not against human rights. I am against their misuse. Freedom without responsibility is anarchy, and compassion without caution is chaos. Therefore, depriving people of their human right under exceptional circumstances is not a crime. It is sometimes a duty to protect the nation for greater crimes. As the famous poet Faiz Ahmad Faiz said, निशान है तेरी गलियों पे है वतन, जहाँ चलती है रस्म के कोई न सर उठा के चले. This sense of order, this sense of responsibility is not a suppression. It is strength, it protects the very essence of human rights. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Inspector Deepak. I would now like to invite Captain, now Major Aditya Patel from Assam Rifles speaking for the motion. Major Aditya Patel, Assam Rifles.
Major Once upon a time, our civilizations dreamt big, neither of power nor of conquest, but of peace, empathy, and the world that lived as one single family. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And yet, after centuries, here we stand debating on the basic human rights. A very warm good morning to one and all present here, respected judges, worthy opponents, and my fellow debaters. I, Major Aditya Patil, rise in strong favor of the motion. Yes, depriving people of their basic human rights under any circumstance is the biggest crime against society. Security forces are the backbone of our nation. Guarding borders, yes, controlling rights, yes, and standing in crossfire so that this nation can live in peace. But the NHRC data shows that in the first 9 months of 2023 alone, there were 126 deaths in judicial custody, 55 alleged extrajudicial killings, and over 1,700 fake encounters reported between 1993 to 2023. A simple math takes us to 200 cases a day, which means as I speak, 50 fresh cases of human rights violations must have already come up. Each case proven or alleged tarnishes the honor of this uniform. People's lives are at stake, and yet my opponents you say that the forces already know the responsibilities. But I ask, if knowing was everything, then why do we still see custodial deaths, unlawful firings, and tortures happening everywhere? I'm surprised, and why are we not talking about the Falani Khatun versus Union of India case of 2011, when the BSF had shot down a 15-year-old Bangladeshi girl? The court acquitted the accused soldier and had to adopt a non-lethal weapon policy. Or the Ooting incident in Nagaland, where 14 civilians were mistakenly killed, and we all saw the state raging violence. Or the NHRC's inquiries in Bastar and Chhattisgarh, which exposed the fake surrenders and sexual violence during anti-Maoist strikes. Our Central Armed Police Forces are the iron shield of this republic. We bleed in Kashmir, we stand strong in the northeast, and we sweat on the red corridors. But when rights are trampled, the operations fail. Surprisingly, it is not the uniform but the citizens who have caused more harm to themselves. In the 1990s, the Bihar massacre, 79 Dalits were killed. 2013 Muzaffarnagar riots, 162 people lost their lives. 2015 Dalwil lynching, where the 52-year-old Muhammad Akhlaq was brutally killed. 2016 mob lynching in Andhra Pradesh, where the NHRC had to issue a notice to the DG himself. And the 2023 Bhiwani killings, where 2 men were burnt alive to death. Even the 4th Geneva Convention provides for protection of civilians and non-combatants in times of war. Then why are we not able to do so in the world's largest democracy? In Operation Kagar, 344 Maoists were eliminated, a big tactical win. But the reports of killings of innocent villagers created resentment. Your one wrong order can disrupt the lives of many, and now when I imagine myself being that innocent displaced villager who gets killed, 1,000 questions take birth. What about my family, education, loans, EMIs, and the most important one, who will earn their daily bread and butter? And yet, my opponents do say that depriving people of their human rights is not a crime. I doubt. Since 2017, the NHRC has recorded 669 deaths in police custody and over 813 deaths in fake police encounters. Every student and every school-going child and every civilian salutes you when you march on the streets, and what do? You go down and hunt them with the eyes of darkness. I ask, what kind of human rights are we even speaking about? General Bipin Rawat, our former chief and CDS, had said that the army is guided by insaniyat and sharafat, the 2 pillars, humanity and decency. Under his watch, the army upgraded its human rights cell and deployed women soldiers for civilian searches. And finally, to my friends on the opposite side who may still keep on arguing on the yes or no of human rights, I say, and you better remember, whenever cruelty dares to step on the chest of humanity, the silent lips will open. The voices of rights will rise, the fists will tighten in anger, and they shall demand their rights to equality, their right to live with respect, their right to safety, to justice, to freedom, and most importantly, their right to live as human beings. I'd like to end with one simple truth. Security without rights is dictatorship. Rights without security is chaos, but security with rights is democracy, and that is India. Let our votes walk with dignity, let our uniform stand for justice, let our flag fly high, not with fear but with freedom. This is not philosophy. This is an operational truth, a constitutional mandate, and a moral imperative. With that, I rest my motion. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Major Aditya Patel.
Now I would like to invite recruit Gunesh Yadav, Assam Rifles, speaking against the motion. Recruit Gunesh Yadav, Assam Rifles.
Chains up, hash start. Chains up. Swaraj is my dharma, my true religion, and its protection is my true solemn duty. Today, when we speak of human rights, this timeless vision of the great Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj serves as a guiding light. Good morning, everyone. I, recruit G. Gunesh Yadav, proudly represent the Assam Rifles. Yes, depriving people of their human rights is a serious concern. But, ladies and gentlemen, the motion collapses under its own words. Under any circumstances, and the biggest crime. And these two phrases are exactly why I proudly stand on the opposite side of today's house. Let's start with the first phrase, under any circumstances. But let's pause right there. Does that mean that human rights are absolute? That no crisis, no situation, no emergency could ever justify even a temporary restriction? But sir, that is far from reality. Yes, human rights are precious, but not absolute. They do have some limitations and restrictions, especially when the lives of others and the safety of nation are at stake. Tell me honestly, without the massive deployment of Indian Army, CRPF and the Jammu Kashmir Police, or without restriction on communication and movement, could the historical removal of Article 370 have ever become a peaceful reality? The valley that once echoed with the gunfire now echoes with the laughter of the tourists and the voices of the student. And this is not suppression, this is transformation. And if that example makes you feel uncomfortable, fine, let's talk about Manipur. The land that was known for its unity, now struggling to regain peace. Without president's rule, curfews, restrictions, and internet suspension. Could we have ever controlled the ethnic violence of 2023, which accounted 77% of all violent incidents in the entire Northeast region? Sometimes peace demands control. I repeat, peace demands control. Or take the example of Delhi Rash 2020. It was curfews, Section 144, and swift deployment of Delhi Police, CAPF, and RAF that saved the national capital from turning into ashes. And my friend, if under those circumstances, those acts are a crime, then when the soldier who willingly gave up his right to protest, right to speech, right to privacy, even his right to life, or a doctor who gave up his right to rest and personal liberty during pandemic so that others' right to life could be saved, that should also be considered as crime. But why for them it is always kartavyam sarvotam and duty above all? Because in the real world, rights exist only because someone performs their duty. Even Article 51A of our Constitution itself reminds us duty comes before demands, while depriving people of their basic rights are tragic. Let's not ignore the reality. Look around the world, Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, Afghanistan, and Colombia. Yes, violations do happen, but context matters. During war, terrorism, or national emergency? Yes, government faces impossible choices. And under those circumstances, deprivation is not oppression, it is a shield that saved countless lives. Now, let's move to the second phase, the biggest crime against the society. Think practically, when a person is under investigation, his right to movement and privacy are restricted, so that evidence tampering would be safe. Or in some country where mandatory military and civil services restricts youth freedom. Again, not to punish, but for national security. During COVID-19 pandemic, vaccination was made mandatory for all. Yes, it deprived right to personal choice for a while, but it saved millions' lives. Now tell me, do these all acts fall under the criteria of the biggest crime? Forget about the biggest crime. Are they even crime? Sir, I don't know what the biggest crime means to them, but for me, it is failing to act. Failing to act when you have the power, the strength, and especially the duty to prevent the suffering. Because silence in the crisis is not peace. It is surrender. If a soldier waits for perfect order, if a doctor waits for perfect condition, or if a leader waits for everyone's approval, it is loss of lives, justice dies, and chaos wins. So yes, sometimes action demands restriction because doing nothing in the name of rights is not humanity, it is hypocrisy. And that is why, my friend, the biggest crime of all is the act of inaction. Lastly, in the fog of crisis, be it war, riots or pandemic, it is the light of human rights that guides our action and reminds our responsibility in uniform. And history always remembers its true cautionaries. Mahatma Gandhi, Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, Veda Patel, Innocent Mila, Kailash Satyarthi. Each of them stood against the power when it tries to cross the line of humanity. And when I today stand against the motion, pulling every right, every restriction on rights and crime, I am not undermining human rights. I am just continuing their unfree struggle, their struggle to balance rights, duty, freedom, responsibility and protection with liberty. With that, I rest my motion. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Munesh. I would now like to invite Riflewoman Smiley Jasrotia, Assam Rifles. Riflewoman Smiley Jasrotia, Assam Rifles.
Chins up. May I have permission to stand up? Chins up. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. Beautiful, isn't it? But how strange that in this very family we are still deciding who deserve love, respect and rights. A very warm good afternoon to one and all present here. Respected chief guest, jury members, honorable chairperson and my fellow debaters. I am Riflewoman Smiley Jasrotia, representing the Assam Rifles. I stand formally to speak for the motion of the topic which says that depriving people of their human rights under any circumstance is the biggest crime against the society. Being a student of Jammu and Kashmir, I already struggled with limited resources and the instability caused by terror activities. Then came the suspension of internet during the abrogation of Article 370. 552 days of no online classes, no study material and no connection to the world. Respected sir, it was the time when the world was moving ahead with digital learning, but we the people of Jammu and Kashmir faced what became the longest internet shutdown ever recorded in democracy between 2019 and 2021. Yet, my opponents justifies the deprivation of rights under any circumstance is not even a crime. Then tell me, what kind of message will you give to the society by depriving their rights which are guaranteed by our own constitution, such as Article 19, right to freedom of speech and expression, and Article 21, right to life and personal liberty. Respected sir, we speak of development of society, smart cities, digital India, but what kind of development is it where human lives becomes number in NHRC reports and encounter replaces accountability? I think we should debate in numbers because feelings apparently doesn't matter. 1,528 fake encounters in Manipur, 2,582 complaints of lockdown violations, 2,400 cases of custodial death, which rises to 2,739 in 2024. Regarding this, my opponents defend by saying that they were criminals, they were terrorists. Do they have human rights too? My answer is yes, because we punish crime, not humanity. Section 144, Section 188, Section 269 and Section 270 of Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita were imposed to ensure public safety, and maximum punishment was up to 2-year imprisonment only. But the case number 690 of January 2020 told us a different story where father and son were killed under police brutality. The case number 475 of March 2015 where 20 suspected red sandal smugglers were killed in the Sheshachalam forest of Andhra Pradesh. If these cases are not crime for you, then what is it? I ask, is there any section of Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita which gives anyone the right to play judge, jury and executioner at once? Or is there any article of our constitution says that you can ignore Article 21 and end lives? Respected sir, history screams from the French Revolution to the Indian independence movement. Even in Mahabharata, when Duryodhan denied the rightful kingdom of Pandavas, result war and destruction. In Ramayana, Ravan thought that power could replace justice, Lanka crumbled. I think we didn't learn anything from our history. That's why my opponents are beating their chests to prove their saying and using circumstances as a shield. I ask, what circumstances? I ask again, what circumstances compel you to take the life and rights of the people unnecessarily? Did we forget about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which says that all human beings are born free and equal in rights and dignity? Or maybe we forgot about the golden words of Supreme Court on Maneka Gandhi versus Union of India case 1978, which states that rights cannot be suspended arbitrarily. In the end, I would like to tell my opponents who keep talking about the circumstances that this topic is about a crime happening right under our nose, like fake encounters, bullets on protesters, misuse of power in lockdown, death under custody, and the harassment during such operations. These were the crimes, my dear opponents, which you considered necessary in that situation and named it so-called circumstance. Therefore, I call upon this House to ensure that let us never justify crime or cruelty on the name of circumstance, because depriving people of their human rights is not an act of control. It's an act of crime unrecorded in law books, and no society can stand tall on the broken backs of its own people. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Smiley. Now, I would like to invite Rifleman Pushpender, Assam Rifles, speaking against the motion. Rifleman Pushpender, Assam Rifles.
Sir, let's start. Sir. घर सजाने का तसव्वुर रखते हो, चलो तुम्हें बताऊं घर की नींव कैसे रखी जाए. Very cheerful good morning to you all present here. I, Rifleman Pushpender Singh Rajput from Assam Rifles, stand firmly to oppose the motion. Respected sir, today the other side is trying to continuously convince us with their carefully chosen facts that under any circumstances, depriving rights is the biggest crime. Listening to their words, I feel that we are living in North Korea, where rights have been reduced to silence and freedom has been turned into fear. But, my dear friends, let me remind you, we are in India, where every restriction has a reason and every action carries accountability. So if every act of responsibility is labeled as crime, then the real crime is refusing to understand the purpose behind protection. So, to enjoy rights, one must first perform the lawful duties. And the same thing taught by every aspect. The Bhagavad Gita, perform your duties, rights will follow you. Our constitution, Article 51A and the quote, Kartavyam Paramo Dharma. So, rights are like the rays of sun, essential for life, justice and dignity. But when black clouds appear, even the brightest rays must hide. Not because they have lost their light, but to protect the world beneath. Similarly, not every action in tough times is a crime. Sometimes circumstances define necessity. According to recent NCRB reports, every single day, India faces nearly 75 murders, 80 rapes and more than 150 kidnapping crimes born out from unchecked freedom and rights. So tell me, where will they classify these crimes and who will take the responsibility for them? The ones who advocate absolute freedom or the ones who protect it? And who stand between rights and crimes? Our security force, they operate within the framework of our constitution. Every step, every action is guided by the law that grants and protects our rights. LSG crushes terror, we safeguards borders, IDP saves lives in floods, and the CISF secures the critical sites with a flawless human rights use. So how can a lawful action ever be called a crime? No, my brothers, no, that is not a crime. That is commitment, that is discipline, and that is devotion to society and democracy. So the real biggest crimes are when power turns into arrogance, when corruption walks freely, and when national security is traded for personal gain. These are not just crimes. These are the very excuses of my opponents trying to defend in the name of rights. So today in this debate, every restriction may look like a crime, but the reality is When Article 356 was imposed in Punjab, it was called iron fisted, yet it ended the decades of militancy. When Section 144 was enforced during farmers' protest, they called it suppression, but it prevented the brutal bloodshed. When COVID lockdown posed every rights of movement, it was not tyranny, it was protection, saving millions of lives. And when custodial deaths were painted as brutality, no one remembered the man in uniform who died defending the same law they are accused of abusing. So, yes, violation do happen. But we also consider the critical circumstances, and I don't know how long will we ignore this truth. Let it be the case of KK Verma versus Union of India, 1954, or Anurada Basin versus Union of India, 2020. Every time, the courts have emphasized that temporary restrictions under lawful circumstances are acts of protection, not the biggest crimes. Sir, with changing times, the boundaries of rights have evolved. Privacy, environmental protection, and digital freedom are vital. Yet, evolution does not mean absoluteness. When data misuse turns into an organized crime, when AI spread misinformation, and when disaster threatens lives, then protecting society must outweigh the limitless rights. And not only this, sir, if the liberal West can impose curfew in France, curtail assembly in USA, and freeze accounts in Canada, then why is India alone being accused of committing a crime for necessary circumstances? Even Amnesty International 24 reports clearly stated that government may restrict rights for security and public health. But the irony is, the world has a safety deprivation, but my opponents will not. At last, respected jury members, I may forget the headlines of today, I may forget the arguments made in this house, but I will never forget the immense duties and responsibilities our Constitution places on us. To balance rights with duties, liberty with life, temporary, proportionate, and accountable restrictions are not limitations. These are the very instruments that protect our people, our democracy, our society, and our future. So please think, when saving lives becomes a duty, who is truly committing a crime? Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Pushpender. Now I would like to invite Assistant Commandant Dr. Aanchal Riyal, Assam Rifles, speaking for the motion. Assistant Commandant Dr. Aanchal Riyal.
Some need remorse, but stripping one's right degrades the course. It's no act of rage, but a quiet decay of the morals that guide the human way. Good afternoon, everyone, Honorable Chairperson, respected judges, esteemed audience, and my worthy opponents. Today, I, Assistant Commandant Dr. Aanchal Riyal, stand tall to represent the Assam Rifles and to assert that depriving people of their human rights under any circumstances is indeed the biggest crime against society. Ladies and gentlemen, human rights were never born out of comfort. They were born out of catastrophes, out of the screams of the concentration camps, the silence of the slaves, the tears of the colonized nation. In 1948, when the two world wars got humanity dry, the world came together and said, never again. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted and it proclaimed that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. It was about redemption, humanity's apology to itself, a promise that no government, no form, no ideology would ever stand above the dignity of a human being again. My opponents argue, under certain circumstances, rights must be restricted. But I ask you, who defines these circumstances? Government under pressure, majority looking for an enemy, or men with gun who mistake power for patriotism? History has shown us every time a society has justified suspension of rights, it planted the seeds of its own shame. During Holocaust, the Nazi regime began by revoking Jewish citizenship and ended up in genocide. Under apartheid in South Africa, racial segregation was glorified as maintaining order, while Nelson Mandela spent 27 years in prison for opposing it. Closer home in India, the Jallianwala Bagh massacre denied citizens their right to peaceful assembly and awakened a revolution. And even in the emergency in 1975, civil liberties were suspended and thousands were detained without trial. All these incidents didn't strengthen the nation, they scarred them. Yet, history repeats itself behind barbed wires and blurred headlines. My friends, no justification, I repeat, no justification, be it war, national security, religion or revenge, can ever sanctify the denial of basic human rights. And we don't have to look too far to see what happens when human rights crumble. Allow me to talk about Myanmar, where the military claimed to protect national unity. What they created was national ruin. Villages were burned, voices silenced, and over 7 lakh Rohingyas turned into refugees. And in Bangladesh too, the Digital Security Act, meant to curb fake news, became a weapon against dissent. Students protecting inequality were met with bullets, journalists with prison. And in Nepal, only a few weeks ago, the government banned social media and opened fire on protesters. 19 civilians were killed, hundreds injured, and the Prime Minister had to flee his own residence as the nation erupted in anger. 3 nations, 3 uniforms, 3 government that forgot. A gun in the wrong hand doesn't defend order, it destroys trust. They say a wise man learns from the mistake of others while a fool learns from his own. And the day we stop learning from the world's mistake, mark my words, we'll be the next example the world learns from. And let's not pretend we are immune. The NHRC 2023-24 reports recorded 160 custodial deaths, 2,184 judicial killings, 105 encounters, and a staggering 65,000 human rights violation cases in just 1 year. Do the math, my friends, it comes down to 181 cases every single day. And it pains me to state that by the time this debate ends, another 100 fresh trials of justice will already be registered. Is this the democracy we take pride in? From Kulanposhpora in Kashmir to Mon in Nagaland, from the fake encounters of Bastar and Dantewala to BSF shootings in Tripura, India's human rights record stands same till date. And what follows? A court of inquiry, a temporary suspension, a regretful statement, and then silence. Because impunity has become policy, because accountability has become optional, because the lives of the voiceless have become expendable in the name of security. My friends, we call ourselves citizens of 21st century, an age of innovation, progression, and enlightenment. Then why in the very same age are we walking back toward those primitive times when rights were a privilege and not a promise? Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby rest my argument by reminding us all that our constitution begins with we the people, not we the forces, not we the rulers. So when those in power violate the very rights they swore to protect, the crime isn't just against the victim, it's against the oath, against the uniform, against the very idea of India itself. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Ajab, for presenting your arguments. Now I would like to invite Riflewoman Tusami Yobin, Assam Rifles, speaking against the motion. Riflewoman Tusami Yobin, Assam Rifles.
Freedom, rights, and justice. We all cherish them. But tell me, what is justice if it ignores the victims? What is freedom if it destroys life? Is depriving human rights always a crime, or failing to act the real crime? Today, I rise against the motion because sometimes restricting few rights protect millions. A very warm good morning to one and all present here, respected jury members, officers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am Riflewoman G.D. Tusami Yobin, proudly representing the Assam Rifles. Today, I'm standing in front of you all to express my views that depriving people of their human rights under any circumstances is not the biggest crime against the society. Because sometimes protecting the peace and dignity of the majority demands that we restrict the freedom of few. In fact, human rights were created to ensure justice, not to give the criminals the power to kill others. Sir, when a bomber plants a bomb, killing innocent lives just like in 26/11 Mumbai terrorist attack, should we still say that it was their right to life? Or when the army captures an infiltrator, should he be given the same equal rights and justice as a citizen of our country?
Sir, if the criminals and the victims are to be granted the same equal rights, then what kind of justice are we talking about? The Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that rights can be restricted for the national security and public safety. And even our Indian Constitution itself allows reasonable restrictions on rights, which clearly proves that rights are not absolute, but they are conditional. And yet, my worthy opponent says that depriving people of their human rights under any circumstances is the biggest crime. Therefore, I would like to present some common examples, which is well known and common to everyone. The COVID-19 pandemic, the internet ban in Manipur, Jammu and Kashmir, and the imposition of AFSPA in disturbed areas. Sir, these laws may look harsh, but it prevents chaos, violence and saves millions of lives. These laws are not imposed where peace exists, sir. It is imposed where peace are no longer to be found. As the Newton's third law states that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Likewise, if violence becomes the action, the laws like AFSPA is the only reaction. The biggest crime is not in depriving someone of their rights, but letting the innocent suffer in the name of those rights. And the biggest crime is not in taking strict action, sir, but letting the innocent suffer and risking the safety of millions. And the biggest crime is not in taking strict actions, but letting the trade grow in the name of freedom. And my worthy opponents, giving justifications and quoting multiple cases to prove their statement. So I ask, do you think a terrorist like Ashma Kasab or a rapist like in the Nirbhaya rape case, or a murderer like Mohan Kumar or a traitor deserve to be freed and forgiven in the name of human rights and justice? If yes, then what about the justice of those victims? Is this the justice we seek in our country? My worthy opponent says never to deprive anyone of their human rights. But I say, never to let those rights destroy humanity. You speak of compassion, sir, but I speak of protection. They defend the criminals in the name of humanity, but I defend humanity from the criminals. Just think, when a heartless person kills a children, or a rapist destroys a woman's dignity, should we still talk about his freedom and justice? No, sir, that is not justice, that is weakness disguised as kindness. Rights are sacred, yes, but security is supreme. Sir, in the forces we are taught that freedom without control leads to anarchy. Likewise, our constitution, the soul of our democracy itself, allows reasonable restrictions on rights. Because even the framer of our Indian constitution understood one eternal truth: no rights can be greater than the security of the nation. So my dear audience and my dear opponents and jury members, depriving someone of their rights is not always a crime. Sometimes it's an act of responsibility, an act of protection, and a step towards justice. A soldier who detains a terrorist, or a judge who imprisons the criminal, or the government who put restrictions on movements during emergencies. They are not committing crimes against the society, sir. They are protecting it. So, if you still believe that rights can never be restricted, then I fear we might end up protecting the wrong person and punishing the innocent one. Therefore, I firmly believe that depriving people of their human rights under any circumstances is not the biggest crime, when done to protect the greater good of humanity. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Lusani. Now I would like to invite Team Commander Manmohan Sharma from National Security Guards. Speaking for the motion, Team Commander Manmohan Sharma, NSG.
Let me start this debate by a couplets of Shair Mustafa Jadi. He says, मैं किसके हाथ पे अपना लहू तलाश करूं कि तमाम शहर ने पहने हैं दस्ताने, कि तमाम शहर ने पहने हैं दस्ताने. Respected judges, my worthy opponents, dear audience, ladies and gentlemen, I, Manmohan Sharma, Team Commander 11 SRG, NSG, rise today to strongly support the motion. Throughout the history, the idea of justice, dignity and human right has shaped society. From the ancient civilization of Babylon to Magna Carta to the modern democracy, The focus has been on balancing the power of ruler with the human rights of individual. Sir, human rights are not gift of government. They are natural rights that belong to every individual simply because they are human. And deprivation of human rights alienates the community, leading to a cycle of distrust. The violation of human rights by police officers can only make already difficult task of law enforcement even more difficult. Therefore, in 21st century, the strongest weapon of a soldier is not just the gun, but the trust of the people. A uniform without human rights awareness is like a sword without shield, flashy and sharp, but just as likely to wound its own wielder. Gentlemen, now my opposition may tell you that human right is narrow, but we have to understand the paradigm of human right into much wider social, economic and legal perspective. It is just not about freedom of speech and liberty. It means choice and opportunity. Freedom from political exclusion, religious discrimination, extrajudicial killing, enforced disappearance and custodial death, etc. Now the opposition may argue that in certain circumstances, such as war, emergency, or the time of terror, right must be banned. But when we allow such bending, right becomes conditioned, and whims and fancies of individual officers take precedence. Sir, the very idea of the right is that it has primacy over temporary expediencies. If we accept deprivation of human rights in limited cases, the tyrant may expand those limits. Sir, human rights must be non-derogable and inviolable, especially the most essential one, that is right to life, freedom from torture and illegal arrest. Respected members of the jury, let us separate fact from the fiction and reality from romance. Human rights, it is only a myth that human rights are shackles of soldiers' hand. In reality, human rights never stop security forces from retaliating when fired upon. They do not outlaw self-defense. What they do outlaw is barbarity, trophy-taking, custodial torture and disproportionate massacre. And if any one of you think those are necessary tools of duty, think again. Because if unlimited force won the war, then Iraq, Afghanistan and Vietnam should have been a quick victory for the Americans. Instead, they dragged on, precisely because trampling human rights does not end the war, it only multiplies them. Gentlemen, the violation of human rights by few terrorist organizations must not be used as a pretext and argument to justify the violation of human rights by security forces. Remember, a terrorist thrives on fear and lawlessness, but a soldier derives its legitimacy from law and justice. And the moment soldiers start imitating a terrorist, is surrender the very moral high ground that gives them strength. Let's consider a few examples. Patribal fake encounter 2000, Malone massacre 2000, Bijapur Chhattisgarh 2000, NHRC data exposes a grim reality. Over 2,150 judicial custody and 150 police custody deaths in financial year 2020 and 21, 1,700 fake encounters between 2010 and 2017. Now do tell me, can you justify this data in the name of circumstances? No. The flag of your duty is not large enough to cover the shame of human rights violations. Ladies and gentlemen, now this is, my opposition also may argue that it is a job of security forces to shoot down terrorists and Naxals. But terrorism and insurgency do not bloom out of a thin air. They grow out of a soil poisoned by religious fundamentalism, chaos and lawlessness. Now tell me, which bullet will fix this problem? 9mm or 7.62? The answer, of course, is neither. The only antidote to these problems are trust building, respecting human rights and good governance. To prove my point, I would like to give an example. An excellent example of this is the recent surrender of Naxal cadre over 300 in Chhattisgarh and Maharashtra in mid-October 2025. It is a classic case of how trust replaces a terror and people choose peace over the gun. To sum up, gentlemen, we have to choose. Do we want a republic based on law and justice, or a banana republic where power excuses everything? Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Team Commander Manmohan Sharma. Now I would like to invite Assistant Commander Naresh Chandra Vejeta from NSG. Speaking against the motion, Assistant Commander Naresh Chandra Vejeta, NSG.
Hands up. May I have permission to start, sir? Hands up.
परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां धर्म संस्थापनार्थाय संभवामि युगे युगे. Even Lord Krishna said that for the establishment of law and dharma, both the prevention of innocent people and elimination of miscreants are equally warranted. Respected Chairperson Sir, members of jury, my fellow participants and all of us here sitting over here, a very pleasant good morning to all of you. I hope your stay is very comfortable so far and you are enjoying the hospitality of armed forces. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Assistant Commander N.C. Bajeta, am pleased to welcome each and every one of you in a brainstorming event called debate competition. And today, I got an opportunity to express my views against the motion. At the outset, I would like to throw some light on the statement of former Chief Justice of India and former Chairperson of NHRC, Mr. K.G. Balakrishnan. He said that depriving people of their human rights against any circumstances against society is not the biggest crime, but it is immoral and unethical. Because we had not to define it as a crime against the society. Ladies and gentlemen, here I would like to draw your attention on the Article 3 of the manifesto which was released on 10th August 1948 and Section 2D of the Protection of Human Rights Act 1993, where it is clearly mentioned that every citizen of India has the right to live a respectful life. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you one thing very clear, that human rights are essential, but they are not the absolute. Gentlemen, every human rights comes with responsibility and every freedom has a limit. Here I quote the statement of Chanakya that for the sake of the family, sacrifice the individual, for the sake of the society, sacrifice the village, and for the sake of the country, sacrifice the village, the society. Gentlemen, this means that there are certain situations when we can impose certain restrictions like terrorism, insurgency or any national threats. If they are there, then we can impose curfews, surveillance or even detain the suspect. Moreover, Article 19.2 of the Indian Constitution allows the government to impose certain restrictions on the fundamental of rights and freedom of speech. At that time, there are some restrictions like freedom of movement. So that is just because for the protection of the society, for the survival of the society. So can we call that the biggest crime against the society? Absolutely not. Similarly, during any national emergency or any pandemic situations, government can suspend some rights for the protection of the people. Here we can take an example of COVID-19. During COVID-19 pandemic situations, lockdowns were imposed and those lockdowns restricted our freedom of right, which is a basic human right. But those restrictions saved millions of lives. So at that situation, depriving people of human rights was not the biggest crime against the society. Rather, it was the biggest step, biggest decision taken by the government for the preservation of the society. Ladies and gentlemen, in defense forces, soldiers have limited rights as compared to the civilians. But every day we deal with different people, with different situations, in different places. For example, in Jammu and Kashmir, they burn buses, they pack stones on security personnel. So let me tell you very clear that they are not the innocent civilians at all. They are well educated and well aware about the human rights. I ask the audience today, you tell me, as an assistant commander who has the responsibility of 350 soldiers under me, what answer do I give that mother who asked me that why did I allow her child to be murdered by the angry protesters? Why did I allow a father to be killed by a shower of stones? And why did I allow a husband to die in vain during an anti-terror operations when civilians literally shielded the terrorists? Ladies and gentlemen, everybody has got the human rights. Everybody, that includes this uniform too. Do you think that the day when I wore this uniform, I let go of my human rights? Not, I don't think so. Now I would like to conclude by saying, we cannot see the nation being bombed.
I repeat, we cannot see the nation being bombed, destroying temples, homes and markets by the terrorists, and we cannot act like a hero who was playing the flute while the road was burning. Not at all, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Assistant Commander Naresh. Now I would like to invite Assistant Commandant Vaishali Singh from Central Industrial Security Force speaking for the motion. Assistant Commandant Vaishali Singh, CASF.
It was one of those chilly afternoons on Diwali day, probably 2006. Much like the kids of my age, I have been waiting for the annual telecast of Ramayana. But this time, one particular scene struck me. Sri Ram was standing in the battlefield next to his brother Lakshman, overlooking thousands of burning pyres in anguish. Lakshman asked him as to why they needed to cremate the dead bodies of their enemies with full honors, to which Sri Ram said that an enemy is an enemy as long as he is fighting against us. Once dead, he deserves every bit of dignity and respect. This incident is for those who believe human rights are gifts or favors, that they come with ifs and buts. Honorable Chairperson, members of the jury, audience and my fellow co-participants, this is Vaishali Singh from CISF speaking for the motion. I stand to remind you of the dispossessed Armenians of Ottoman Empire. I speak to immortalize the Tibetan monks who immolated themselves. I seek accountability for the dying Shada script of Kashmir, once the mother of an enlightened society. Depriving people of their human rights under any circumstances is the biggest crime against society. Why? Because it shatters the very essence of being human. It shatters Gandhi's Antyodaya, Ambedkar's emancipation, and the promise that is made in our constitution. And for my worthy opponents, human rights are not subsidized LPG cylinders that you choose the right beneficiaries for. They are not rewards for good behavior. They are not reserved for the innocent, obedient, or the popular. They are the minimum standard of dignity owed to every human being, regardless of who they are. And, respected Chairperson, the annual status of education report clearly states poor literacy of mothers among reasons for children dropping out. On the contrary, the active leadership of women sarpanches yielded better outcomes for sanitation, education and public goods delivery. Is this not fair enough to conclude that depriving a section of its rights can be catastrophic for all of us? And what about the catastrophic forest fires of Colombia? Did we not cause it by displacing the indigenous Amazonians from their natural habitat? How different is it from Western Ghats or Uttarakhand? Which society stands to gain from this? In fact, in a dispute between Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation and farmer Tukaram Kana Joshi, Supreme Court held that compensation delayed is livelihood deprived. You and me cannot live without the food grown by farmers, and depriving those farmers of their rights is a crime against them, us and this entire society. Please tell me, how did locking up the old Jewish rabbi in a ghetto improve Europe's security, or expelling the modest Indian trader secure Uganda's borders? Now I am reminded of Mansoor Adevi, locked up in Guantanamo Bay at the age of 18. He said, at the beginning, we had no rights. We could not talk, we could not stand, we could not pray, we could not even look at the guards. Try telling him that his pain was for greater good, that his detention was not a crime, but collateral damage. Let us be the voice that says no more, not in our name, not under any circumstance. Because when children grow up without food, water and education, they carry scars for life, depriving one generation of its rights, condemns the next to ignorance, trauma and poverty. This ripple effect is why such acts are heinous and biggest crimes. So on behalf of Gulag survivor Alexander Solzhenitsyn, I ask this august house, can a man who is warm understand who is freezing? This is not just a debate. This is a call to conscience. So I stand here today, not just for the motion, but for every voice that has been silenced, for every life that has been broken, and for every right that has been denied. For every right that has been denied. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Vaishali. Now I would like to invite Assistant Commandant Shikhar Lohia, CISF, speaking against the motion. Assistant Commandant Shikhar Lohia.
Sir, do I have the permission to start? She was a young nurse looking to make a place for herself in the city of Mumbai. She was the only one of her 8 siblings to complete higher education. She was quietly saving up for her wedding. And one day, at her own workplace, she was strangulated using a dog's chain. That day, her right to liberty and bodily autonomy had been blown to smithereens. Ladies and gentlemen, her name was Aruna Ramachandra Shanbhog. For 42 years, she lived in a permanent vegetative condition. For 42 years, the state protected her right to life under all circumstances. But in 2011, the Supreme Court in Aruna Shanbhog vs. Union of India case recognized one's right to die with dignity and ruled in the favor of passive euthanasia. I ask this august house, what is the biggest crime against society here? The legalization of passive euthanasia, or the fact that Shanbhog endured what she did for 42 long years while her violator roamed free in only 6 years? Respected Chairperson, Honorable Judges, my worthy opponents and the audience. This is Shikhar Lohia from CISF standing resolutely before you against the motion. The topic of today's debate is depriving people of their human rights under any circumstances is the biggest crime against society. I would like to remind my worthy opponents to go back and reverse the clock by 74 years and undo the First Amendment to our Constitution. It imposes certain reasonable restrictions on our freedoms in the interest of India's sovereignty. Friedrich Nietzsche once said that we must look beyond the black and white and acknowledge the gray. 500 years back, scholars spoke of divine rights of the monarch. Today, they speak of fundamental rights of the downtrodden. Nothing, I repeat, nothing is absolute in this world. Dharma is not a monolith. In times of crisis, we must look towards Apat Dharma. Please, don't worry. I am not here to play mental gymnastics with philosophy. All I am trying to say is that when a Major Gogoi ties a Farooq Ahmed Dar to his vehicle as a human shield, he does it not for the sadistic pleasure of depriving someone of his human rights. He does it to protect the life of his Jawan, whose pregnant wife is waiting for him back home. Larger good must always prevail. I am often accused of snooping on the private lives of my citizens. Yes, and if I didn't do so, we won't be here, said Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore's meteoric success. He prioritized right to life, food and prosperity, even if that meant privacy taking a backseat. Now, I'm sure that my worthy opponents won't call Singapore's massive success the biggest crime against humanity. Or will they? Ladies and gentlemen, my worthy opponent has gone so far as to call the destruction in Western Ghat landslides a crime against society. No ma'am, such man-made disasters are a crime committed by the society. What stops us from implementing the Judgment Committee's recommendations? Our own corruption, greed, political myopia? She seems to forget that there are 1.2 million other species all having a right to coexist peacefully in this nature. You know what the biggest crime against society is? That when 50,000 lives are claimed by terrorism in India in the last 25 years alone, and terror outfits like the DRF wax eloquent about human rights of the indigenous people, that is Kashmiris. Take yourselves back to Gir Gaon Chowpatty in 2003. Ajmal Kasab is standing in front of you, his rifle pointing towards you. If you don't shoot him, he kills you and your men. If you shoot him, he dies as Samir Chaudhary, the name on his pay tag. What would you do in such a situation? This was the exact place ASI Tukaram Omle found himself in. And you know what did he do? He firmly held the barrel of Kasab's rifle to his chest and took those bullets. The fact that an innocent Tukaram Omle has to die to protect our right to life is the biggest crime against society, and that we are overlooking this fine print is a Shakespearean tragedy. In the end, I do believe this House agrees with me when I say that we need less rhetoric and more nuance. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Commandant Shekhar Lohiya. We would now be taking break for lunch and we would reassemble here at 1400 hours sharp. Thank you. I request the participants to allow the jury to first leave and then we can
Hello, Sheikh.
सभी अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लें। Welcome to our distinguished colleague once again. We will now be starting the second half of today's session, and our next speaker is Assistant Commandant Aditya Sable from Central Industrial Security Force. For the motion, Assistant Commandant Aditya Sable.
I would like to start by reciting a poem from a book I am reading currently. It's in my native language and it goes like स्वातंत्र्य सन्मान आणि आवाज हेच मानवतेचे खरे राजसाज जिथे हक्क दाबले जातात तिथेच मानवतेचे अश्रू वाहतात. This is what 2025 Chintan Ravindran Awardee Sharan Kumar Limbade said in his book Sanatan, where he described human rights deprivation as neither human nor right. Honorable Chairperson and my fellow officers, I am Aditya Sable, Assistant Commandant CISF, and today I rise to speak for the motion. Centuries ago, John Locke, known as the father of liberalism, described human rights as natural, which are bestowed to humans not by any state or institution, but by the very virtue of being human itself. Therefore, I feel that any deprivation of these rights is not only a violation of that individual, but a crime against larger society and humanity itself. We must understand that when these rights are denied, fear replaces freedom, silence replaces speech, and cruelty replaces compassion, and what is achieved not democratic development but democratic decay with societal stagnation. But still nowadays, unfortunately, human rights deprivation is not only seen in public issues like in Myanmar, where Rohingyas are being stripped of their home, massacred mercilessly, but also in something as personal as in Iran, where women are fighting for something as personal as right to choose what they dress. Like Masha Amini in 2022, who died in police custody for basically wearing what she wants. We must understand, and I want to ask my fellow opponents one thing today. What do you think is common in the so-called failed societies in every part of the world? Be it Afghanistan in Asia, Mexico in Latin America, to South Sudan in Africa. What is common is ordinary people being denied their basic right to life, liberty and safe livelihood. And the consequence of such injustice and deprivation is nothing but the rise of absolute social anarchy. The same societal anarchy that is the breeding ground for rising crimes, like rise of safe havens for terrorist organizations in Afghanistan, resulting in rise of hyper-radicalism and religious fundamentalism in society. Rampant drug smuggling and drug war in Mexico, resulting in rising public police animosity with nearly 4 lakh recorded deaths in between them. And something as cruel as recruitment of child soldiers in the age that they should be going to schools and colleges to carry out arbitrary killings in the name of national interest by local militia in South Sudan. These examples show us that denying right at any level in society can turn into a national outrage. But Honorable Chairperson, we have to understand that human rights deprivation is not just political as all of us are talking today. It is also a systemic socio-economic deprivation in access to resources and justice. The transgender struggle is a modern example of how a particular class of people have been long denied their basic right and treated as invisible and untouchable in society. Be the example of a transgender named Sonu last year in Uttar Pradesh who was brutally assaulted for merely wearing feminine clothes. or Pearl's nightclub shooting in the so-called developed country of United States, mainly targeted against LGBTQI community. We have to understand that when identity becomes a reason for death, it proves the point that denial of and deprivation of rights is not only social injustice, but crime against the very existence of society itself. Because the strength of the society is not judged by how it treats its most powerful, but how it treats its most vulnerable and marginalized. But I'm sure that when I'll ask my worthy opponents of what do you think about all the deprivation of human rights, they'll stand on their so-called ivory tower and term it as nothing but collateral damage and safety wall to ensure larger peace and security. And they'll ask me to see the bigger picture. But if we are talking about big picture, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to remember the great epic Mahabharata, where depriving Draupadi of her right to dignity led to not only crime against the dignity of women in the form of a Vastraharan in front of the whole Sabha, but more importantly, it led to the injustice that fueled brothers to go against brothers in a catastrophic war that resulted in nothing but rampant destruction and, more importantly, moral degeneration of society. From that time to now, Honorable Chairperson, history is supposed to move us forward from barbarism to civilization, from fear to freedom. But today I fear, unfortunately, the opposite is true. When these particular rights are denied, we return to that primitive chaos Hobbes described centuries ago in his State of Nature, and isn't this the greatest of all tragedies, to undo centuries of human progress? History taught us one thing, ladies and gentlemen, that if we echo past mistakes, we are bound to relieve its consequences, and the consequences we are already seeing in the form of rising lawlessness and radicalism in society. In such a precarious situation, I'm often reminded of a quote by the father of our nation, Mahatma Gandhi, that you cannot expect rose petals if you sow the seeds of baboon tree. And I would like to conclude my sentence with a poem that basically encompasses my whole argument. When rights are lost, society fades. When fear rules, justice decays. No law, no rule, and no war can justify it. I repeat, no war, no rule, and no law can justify it. For to deny right is to deny life itself. For to deny right is to deny the very existence of society itself.
Thank you, Aditya. Next, I would like to invite Assistant Commandant Sumit Latwal from CISF speaking against the motion. Assistant Commandant Sumit Latwal, CISF. My learned opponent have very well argued that human rights are non-negotiable. But now imagine a world where these human rights could never, under any circumstance, be curtailed. A hate preacher spreading venom is merely exercising his freedom of expression. A criminal refusing his arrest is simply protecting his liberty. A terrorist demanding safe passage cites right to life. If this isn't madness, then logic has surely taken a long vacation. Because rights, my friends, are like rivers. They nurture life when they flow within their bank, but they drown civilization when they overflow. Respected judges, worthy opponents, and esteemed audience, today I stand here firmly to oppose the motion. Human rights are noble, but blind worship to them without context, without limits, is dangerous. Even history warns us. Lord Krishna reminded Arjuna that dharma must prevail over emotion. When Karna's chariot wheel was stuck in the mud, Arjuna's arrow was not violation of human rights. It was the upholding of duty. Because sometimes restraining one man can save thousands of innocent lives. Even in modern times, nations have restricted liberties, not out of cruelty, but out of necessity. During World War II, democratic powers like US, Britain, they restricted liberties, detained the suspects, and even censored the press. I want to ask, did Churchill commit the biggest crime against society? No, he prevented a far bigger one. That is the fall of civilization to fascism. Even in India, we have acts like UAPA, ASPA, NSA. I want to ask, are they ideal? No. But are they necessary? Certainly yes. Because when the nation itself is under threat, clinging blindly to idealism is not courage, it is suicidal innocence. Chanakya himself warned that a ruler who protects one man at the cost of kingdom protects neither. Our constitution perfectly exemplifies this balance. Article 19 grants freedom of speech, expression, movement, association, but with reasonable restrictions in the name of morality, public welfare, national security. The framers of our constitution were not criminals. They were visionaries who understood that unchecked liberty is the beginning of collapse. Access freedom of speech, which is now used to fuel radicalization online, while the noble right to protest, which was once symbolized by Gandhi's Satyagraha, is now used as a form of burning buses and blocked highways, because apparently destruction has become the new language of dissent. Honorable Chairperson, I want to invoke Jeremy Bentham, the father of utilitarianism. He said, the greatest happiness of the greatest number is measured of what is right and what is wrong. I want to use this principle in the Eskimo community of Arctic region, where the ill or the old patient or person voluntarily end their lives so that they can free up resources for the young and healthier ones. According to the modern moral standards, this act would seem inhumane and against right to life. But let me tell you, ethics and rights are context dependent. What is right, what is wrong depends upon what produces the overall greatest benefit. Let us all remember that we do not live in a peaceful utopia. Our world is a battlefield of survival, justice, responsibility. Let me tell you what is the biggest crime against society. It is the silence against the institutional corruption and injustice. It is the denial of equal opportunities. It is the moral apathy and inaction when we turn away our faces from the beggars and homeless people on the roadside. Defending every right blindly is not humanity. It is hypocrisy. Because rights without responsibility is not justice. It is not justice. It is denial of equal opportunities. Let us all remember that even the lamp of liberty must have a glass around it. Not to dim its light, but to protect it from the wind. Finally, as a security personnel myself, I want to conclude by these lines. They talk of rights pure and grand. They talk of rights pure and grand, but who will guard this trembling land? When freedom shields the hands of fate, justice arrives already too late. Justice arrives already too late.
Thank you, Sumit. Now I would like to invite Assistant Commandant PM Gangwar, CISF, speaking for the motion, Assistant Commandant PM Gangwar, CISF.
A very good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, respected judges, and esteemed audience. I am PM Gangwar, Assistant Commandant from CISF, and I am going to speak for the motion. Human rights, such a simple concept, yet it carries the weight of the entire human dignity. The idea that each one of us, no matter our birth, belief, or color, deserves to live equally and freely. But today, this idea has been forgotten in spirit. Look around. In Manipur, homes where women are paraded naked on the streets. Farmers in Maharashtra crush under debt so heavy that society feels like peace. Men are dying every day from fear, from hate, from neglect. And society is haunted by the trauma, the injustice, the sexism, the racism, the bigotry, the devastation. Every one of these are deprivation of human rights. Every one of these are crime against society. And we talk about freedom. Honorable Chairperson, tell me, how free are we? Ask this to a young doctor in Calcutta who was brutally raped and murdered inside her own hospital. The thing is, freedom is not just about absence of chains. It is about presence of dignity, and dignity cannot exist where human rights are denied. Freedom. Dostoevsky, he said, the degree of civilization in a society is judged by entering its prisons. Visit ours. Overcrowded, unjust, filled with those too poor to buy their freedom. Where 2,739 casualty deaths were reported by NHRC in 2024 alone. Where 75.8% of inmates are under trial. Not convicted, but forgotten. Prisons are meant for correction, for improvement, but all it leads to is despair. Now tell me, when a society is not allowed to correct itself, isn't this a crime against society? Look at our cinema. Art imitates life, but sometimes it exposes it. Our movies, they celebrate women's silence as virtue and her obedience as love. That's not entertainment, that's conditioning. 50% of our society is quietly conditioned to accept patriarchy. Tell me, isn't this a crime against society where half of its population not allowed to achieve its true potential? That's how, ladies and gentlemen, human rights are quietly denied. Not through dictatorship or through imprisonment, but through expectation and fear disguised as values. We think that oppression is always loud, with guns, with mass violence, with mass killings. But as Hannah Arendt warned us, evil often hides in silence, in apathy. The greatest evil is not hatred, it is indifference. We see deprivations around us every day, in children struggling to breathe in Delhi's polluted air, in algorithms that decide what we see, whom we hate and what we believe. To prevent these deprivations, we have Prevention of Human Rights Act 1993. This act empowers NHRC to investigate deprivation, and yet in 2025, the Global Alliance for National Human Rights Institution recommended the downgrading of NHRC status from A to B. That's because it lacks independence and is inactive. When institutions meant to defend become powerless, society stands naked before injustice. And here, my opponents, they all say that human rights must sometimes be curtailed for the greater good. Come on. Ask your heart and tell me whose good survives when dignity dies. Every dictator begins by saying that it was for the greater good. My opponents, they say that same standards cannot be applied everywhere. But a mother's tears of pain are same everywhere. Be it Gaza, Ukraine, Palestine, Maharashtra or Manipur. The truth is, every argument for depriving human rights begins as logic and ends as tyranny. Every limitation on freedom begins as exception and ends as an example. Security without rights is slavery. Tradition without justice is hypocrisy. Power without compassion is inhumanity. So I ask all of you present here, tell me, look inside your heart and tell me, what is the biggest crime against society? Yes, war and genocide are crimes, but so are the things that we have normalized. Like a girl child dropping out of school because it lacks toilets. Like neglect in our healthcare system. These are not just individual tragedies. They are collective wounds on our conscience as a society. Each right denied is a childhood lost. A dimmed future, a broken soul. Remember, laws can be amended, governments can be changed, but when the dignity of even a single individual is denied, the entire society is wounded. So let's refuse to stay quiet, because as long as even a single individual dares to say no, the great idea of human rights still survives. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Priya. Now I would like to invite Sub-Inspector Aarti, CISF, speaking against the motion. Sub-Inspector Aarti, CISF.
Permission to start? 7010681 globally and 531794 in India, according to officially published data. I repeat, 70,10,681 globally and 5,31,794 in India is the official death toll due to COVID-19. Now, who can predict what this record would have been if there had been no restrictions on people's freedom to move around, no lockdowns, no curfews, that too at the peak of the pandemic? Who can predict how many of us would be sitting here, gathered, discussing, debating? You, my worthy opponents, can never change your mind into thinking that all of these measures restricted personal freedom. These were not justified or necessary. You can never convince me into thinking that these instances are not corruption in governance, negligence of public safety, economic exploitation or environmental degradation are the greatest crimes against society. And with this, I, Sub-Inspector Executive Aarti, representing CISF, wish this august house my warm regards and take this stage to present my views against the topic. To my opponents standing for the motion,
What about those ruthless terror attacks we witnessed from 1993 Mumbai blast, 2001 Parliament attack, 26/11 Mumbai siege, or the deadly bomb blast at the Batla Housing Complex of 2008, right in the heart of Delhi? When perpetrators of such crimes are imprisoned, executed, their rights curtailed, it is not a crime, it is justice. Even mythology supports this idea. When in the Ramayana, Lord Ram shot Bali from behind a tree, a deed that seems unfair and a violation of Bali's right to a fair fight against his enemy. But what had the latter done? He had unjustly taken his brother Sugriva's wife, his kingdom Kishkinda, and ruled, creating fear and imbalance. By killing Bali, Lord Ram reinstated Dharma and brought back peace to the kingdom. Even the gods have taught us that sometimes a man's laws of personal limitation or deprivation is necessary to restore societal harmony and dharma. Now, when the government arrests writers or hate speech propagators and curbs the right of those who incite violence, it is not a crime. It is a legitimate response and justified measure to prevent the rise of more dictators and fascist leaders like Adolf Hitler, whose words, if had been curbed at the right moment, society would not have grown. Censoring such speech is not oppression, it is a way of preventing such further crimes. Prisons, fines and detentions are merely ways of deprivations. These are ultimately tools of justice. If every limitation, every restriction were seen as a deprivation, no law would exist and then would crimes be. Crimes that harm not just the individual, but also the social and moral fabric of a nation. Crimes like cyber manipulation, drug trafficking, money laundering, or political and judicial corruption. These might not be directly trampling human rights, and yet they promote peace, justice, equality, and trust from our society. Now, with incidents like the Manipur violence of 2023 to 25 stem from identity clash and ideological polarization, whereby ethnic clashes between the Kuki and Meitei communities led to killing, rape, and mass destruction, or communal violence arising out of religious polarization, like the 2020 Delhi riots, which led to killings and injuries of hundreds during Hindu-Muslim clashes, or the Nirbhaya case of 2012, whereby brutal gang rape and murder in Delhi threatens women's safety and security, which had its root in predatory aggression, misogyny, and gender-based terror. And yet, my opponents claim that these crimes are nothing as compared to those arising out of deprivation of human rights. Do they not see that human rights violation is the aftermath, the effect, and not the stimulus or the psychological drive behind these crimes? Now tell me, what crime did the internet shut down during Manipur violence to control rumors inside? Or what criminals did the imposition of Section 144 in Delhi give birth to? And how is stripping away the rights of those who commit such heinous violation to a woman's body not justified and a crime in itself? The greatest crime is not limitation, restriction, or regulation. It is not impoverishment. Crime is a conscious betrayal of conscience. Crime is fraud, deception, deceit. It is inhumanity, it is cruelty. While human rights violation can surely be a dimension, but the true genesis of crime lies in the deeper reflection of dark side of human nature, born from greed, the hunger for power, the will to dominate, the fear of insignificance. It is a wound inflicted on the soul of a society. It is what physically harms and psychologically damages victims that mere deprivation of rights does not. And hence the biggest crime is not denial, not curbing, and certainly not deprivation. Thank you.
Thank you, Aarti. Now I would like to invite Assistant Commandant Roshni Devi, CISF, speaking for the motion. Assistant Commandant Roshni Devi, CISF.
How many roads must a man walk down before you call him a man? How many times must a man look up before he can really see the sky? How many deaths will it take till we know that too many people have died? Honorable Chairperson, respected jury members, and my fellow contestants, a very good afternoon to all of you. I, Assistant Commandant Roshni Devi, CISF, stand before you to speak for the motion. Now, it it is common throughout history for human rights violations to be perceived as right by a significant portion of society in the name of institutionalized prejudice, national security, and supposed common good. Example, the Rwanda genocide of 1994, orchestrated by Hutu extremists, in which approximately 8 lakh people were killed in just a span of 100 days, later labeling them as enemies or threat to national security. Or the persecution of Jewish people by Nazi Germany, where they were viewed as existential threat to the German people. Or the time when Rudyard Kipling in 1899 in his poem gave the phrase, the white man's burden, justifying colonial rule in the pretext of civilizing Oriental societies, no matter how harsh and brutal their colonial practices were, and without any consideration to the human rights of the people. Apart from these, there are numerous examples which reinstate that the societies engraveled with human rights violations were never peaceful nor they progressed. Here I would like to bring into notice of my worthy opponents that recently the World Bank estimated Syria's post-war reconstruction cost to be around $216 billion following 13 years of conflict in the country. Now this shows that the human rights violations not only affects the ideological, psychological or the emotional aspects of individual, but it poses huge financial burden on the whole world collectively. Human rights are the very essence of a just and equitable society, representing fundamental freedom, dignity and equality that belongs to every individual. These are inalienable, universal and indivisible. That is, they cannot be taken away under any circumstances. I repeat, under any circumstances. Whenever people were deprived of their human rights, they rose to defend those very rights, resulting into tussle between them and the violators, resulting in widespread damage and destruction, not only of the life and property, but it tarnished the images of the nations as well. Be it the civil rights movement of the United States in response to the Jim Crow laws, or the anti-apartheid movement of South Africa, or the Black Lives Matter movement. When we shift our attention from macro to micro level, that is from international to national level, we will have to face this harsh reality that NHRC registered approximately 79,000 cases of human rights violations in the year 2023. The NHRC issued notices to the states of Kerala, Manipur and Tripura over the alleged attack on the 3 journalists in the past 3 months. Now all these incidents signify the need of protection of human rights of the people. The crimes against humanity in the forms of rapes, genocides or arbitrary detention of the political prisoners have been happening since long time back, which force the international community to think and come up with various laws and treaties like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights 1948 or the Conventions Against Tortures and Genocides. Now all these treaties and the likes of these signify that people are being deprived of their human rights world over, resulting into crime against humanity for real, which needs to be protected and prevented at every cost. But the first step towards it is the acknowledgement that something wrong is happening which needs to be corrected. So here I would emphasize that when we strip people of their human rights, it is not just a mere violation. It is a slow and merciless death of the soul while the body still lingers in breath. Make no mistake, democracy does not collapse overnight. It withers away quietly, imperceptibly by countless breaches. As Lord Hoffman once clearly warned, that the real threat to the life of the nation comes not from terrorism, but when we deprive its own people of their basic rights. When we strip people of their human rights, we strip ourselves of humanity. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Roshni, for presenting your views. Now I would like to invite Assistant Commandant Arundhati B, CISF, speaking against the motion. Assistant Commandant Arundhati B, CISF.
I have the permission to start, sir. On 20th March 2020, 4 men were hanged to death in India, a country where right to life is valued.
On September 12, 2025, 6 men were arrested from Kolkata for merely doing their job of exporting. On 23rd January 2013, Mr. Sundararajan was denied his right of residence by Honorable Supreme Court. Look at this incident. How barbaric, isn't it? A country like India, where we value humanity, equality and freedom, one must think that such incidents are blight to democracy. But before you reach a conclusion, let me elaborate the above-mentioned situations. The 4 men who were hanged to death were the ones who raped Nirbhaya. The 6 men who were arrested from Kolkata were trafficking minor girls to Singapore. And Mr. Sundararajan was denied his right of residence because his location was close to Kudankulam nuclear power plant. Honorable Chairperson, members of the board and my fellow opponents, a very good afternoon to one third present here. I'm Arundhati from CISF, standing before you to speak against the motion. Human rights are lifeline of humanity. They are the birthright of every individual on this planet. But can we protect humanity without protecting the human life itself? Can rights exist in a world without order, justice and national security? Just like the great maxim says, even though if it's divine nectar, when consumed beyond limit, it becomes poison. So when a police stops a terrorist, when an interrogator detains a spy, when curfews are imposed on riot-hit areas and on quarantine situations, when government censor a hate speech, these are not crimes against humanity. In fact, they are acts of protection of humanity. As our great strategist Kautilya once said, a ruler must sometimes do what is unpleasant for the greater good of the realm. A ruler must sometimes do what is unpleasant for the greater good of the realm. And our forefathers who created the constitution were wise enough to understand this, and that's why they introduced reasonable restriction under Article 19 Clause 2 to 19 Clause 6 under Article 22. They introduced lawful restriction under public morality, health and decency because they knew such necessary evil was required to prevent the nation from absolute chaos. And sometimes there are certain rights that society seems absolute and fundamental, but it cannot be sustained within the civic framework that ensures justice and order. What one society sees as violation may be just for someone else. Many of the rituals and customs that existed before, and some even existing right now, are examples for this. Until 1950, untouchability was considered normal. Slavery was only abolished in the year 1865. When Lord William Bentinck abolished Sati in 1829, many claimed it as violation of their religious freedom, but that one deprivation saved thousands of widows from being burned alive. When it comes to recent times, ever since Taliban rose to power, they banned the education of the girls above 6th grade under Hanafi jurisprudence. In parts of Africa and Middle East, female genital mutilation is still carried out and is considered as rite of passage to womanhood. In a country like India, even in this 21st century, there were cases reported of female infanticide and feticide. Are my worthy opponents trying to say that such customs and practices that a society thinks as a religious freedom and personal liberty should not be curtailed? Should they allow complete freedom in the name of human rights? By depriving such practices and preventing such crimes, aren't we actually protecting humanity? Ladies and gentlemen, human rights are sacred. They're vital for the existence of humanity, I agree. But rights without responsibility brings chaos. And freedom without restraint invites destruction. Here I would like to quote the words of famous jurist Nani Palkiwala, and it goes like this. Liberty has a hypnotizing sound. Liberty has a hypnotizing sound, while unfortunately responsibility has no sex appeal. Freedom is like alcohol and must be taken in moderation. Freedom is like alcohol and it must be taken in moderation. Perhaps we are making life too easy for the criminals and too difficult for the law-abiding citizens, but it is necessary. So my friends, let us be clear. Depriving human rights arbitrarily is a crime, yes. But depriving a few rights lawfully, temporarily and for greater good, that is justice in action. And in order to protect humanity, sometimes we need to limit liberty. In order to preserve peace, sometimes we need to exercise power. And in order to defend the innocent, sometimes we need to restrain the guilty. So no, depriving human rights under any circumstances is not a crime against society. At times, it is the highest act of humanity itself. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Arundhati. Next, I would like to invite Assistant Commandant Ajay Arya, CISF, speaking for the motion. Assistant Commandant Ajay Arya, CISF.
From Draupadi's dishonor in the court's cruel glare, to Sita's fire, proving a love so rare. From Gaza's skies where smoke outshines the stars, to nameless camps in the Cox's Bazaar. No altar or circumstances, however divine or dire. From Orestes' strive where justice rose above revenge flame, to Krishna's curse on Ashwatthama, a guilt without name. In both tales, justice evolved not by denying the pain of the past, but refusing to perpetuate it. The sword gives way to the scale, and in that shift, civilization begins. Honorable Chairperson, esteemed jury, and my dear listeners, this is Ajay Arya representing CISF speaking for the motion. And I firmly believe depriving people and for their human rights under any circumstances is the biggest crime against society. Human rights are expression of deeper moral and civilizational consciousness rooted in the ideals of dharma, karuna and nyaya. The modern world affirms this core truth with universal declaration of human rights. Each individual is inherently entitled to life, liberty and dignity. And yet more than 7 decades on, we must ask, have we truly kept that promise? The fault lines of our system are weaponized to perpetuate violence and prejudice with impunity. Each bulldozer demolition, staged encounter, arbitrary arrest, internet shutdown, and violence against minorities fractures peace, trust, and cohesion that weave society together. This is a pattern of breaking social contract that pushes society towards chaos and eventual collapse. My worthy opponents must listen to the cries from our past. The 1984 Sikh pogrom showed how power without check destroys not just a community but the very fabric of a nation. Punjab bled for decades, its anger giving rise to extremism, its prosperity consumed by drugs and despair. Giorgio Gombe notes that in modern biopolitics, it's the sovereign who decides the value of life, and when authority operates without accountability and empathy, the most vulnerable who pays the highest price in freedom, in dignity, and too often in life itself. Human rights must be protected universally, for selective justice always turns into arbitrary power. That precedent allows power to shift target at will, as the stories of UAPA conveys. What starts as national security slips into silencing dissent, and long before the question is not, you will be next, but when. Now I rise to respond to my esteemed opponents who are seeking shelter under reasonable restrictions. Honorable Supreme Court in Anuradha Bhasin versus Union of India case made a categorical observation that human rights are inherent to every human, and there is no question of the state for providing of these rights. From digital darkness to democratic backsliding, India's millions of workers going back home due to no social security. First ever global torture index placed India as high risk, and the list goes on. Such deprivation of human rights creates a society where fear replaces expression, vulnerability replaces social security, and injustice replaces dignity. This gruesome state of basic necessities makes human rights, as Amartya Sen said, a fairy tale for the people. For what we can offer to the victims of Bopalia's tragedies, whose lives were weighed against $1 million. And the assault still goes on as hundreds of victims are born each year. And I must put it to my worthy opponents, can they even imagine the debt we owe to them? It becomes clear that struggle for human rights cannot be gone through speeches alone. We require awareness, action, and accountability to make human rights not just a lofty ideal, but a reality for everyone, everywhere. Now, Finland offers a compelling social contract model which encompasses an ethic of care, reciprocity, and solidarity, therefore making it one of the most happiest places on the earth. As Bhagavad Gita proclaims, for a warrior, nothing is higher than a righteous war. We must, as Hugo Grotius once argued, fight the just force that defends the dignity of humankind. And today I stand here to answer that. As Kant states, to treat humanity never merely as means to an end, but always at the same time as an end in itself. O sons of law, what justice stood behind those doors? Did courts look on or turn aside? For if we turn aside today, it will be the biggest crime against society itself.
Thank you, Ajit. Next, I would like to invite Assistant Commandant Abhinav Singh, CISF, speaking against the motion. Assistant Commandant Abhinav Singh, CISF.
धर्मो रक्षति रक्षिता, धर्मो रक्षति रक्षिता, नित्यमेव न संशयः, संयमेनैव सुखं याति, न स्वेच्छाचारतः। When we protect what is right, it protects us back. Real peace comes from the discipline, not from doing whatever we want. Honorable Chairperson, sir, respected jury members, senior officers, and my dear friends, good afternoon to one and all present over here. I, Abhinav Singh, Assistant Commandant CISF, standing before you to oppose the motion that depriving people of their human rights under any circumstances is the biggest crime against the society. Did I read it right? Under any circumstances? Even when the mercy petitions of Nirbhaya's convicts were denied for the deadliest rape and murder case in the history of India, or when the thousands of COVID patients were isolated to prevent the infection, or when the people were evacuated out of their homes in the ecologically fragile regions of Joshimath. If these are the crimes against society, then sorry, I don't know how the humanism actually works. Secondly, the real problem occurs by the misuse of the human rights language, either by the terrorists, insurgents, or the Naxalites. Have you forgotten how brutally the Maoists had killed 76 of our CRPF personnel in Dantewada, dancing over their dead bodies? Or shall I talk about the terrors of Pulwama and Pahalgam, where the human rights preachers had no answers to the questions of their widowed wives, future of the fatherless children? When the terrorists, bomb makers, hide behind the slogans of human rights, when the extremists burn the villages and demand for legal sympathy, it is not humanity, my friends. It is hypocrisy wearing a moral mask. In the Arthashastra, Kautilya had rightly said that Tanda eva jagata sarvam, tande sarvam pratishtitam. It means the power of punishment has kept the whole world on the path of duty. When the punishment itself is branded as a crime, justice dies and chaos is born, because no rights can ever survive if the wrongs are not punished. Even the Article 19 says that our rights are not absolute. It comes with a sense of responsibility. My sphere of rights ends exactly where your sphere starts. Freedom of speech does not allow me to abuse you. Freedom of movement does not allow me to trespass your house. Freedom of profession does not allow me to exploit you. Each of my rights, restricted for the greater good of the people, is not a crime against me, but the protection of the very fabric of the society. As a security personnel, yes, I accept that while performing our duties, some of the human rights get compromised. But it's not intentional. It is the necessity of the circumstances that forces our security personnel to take such steps. AFSPA, preventive detention have often been questioned behind the bar for this. But our constitution has empowered them to do so for the unity and integrity of this nation. Let me ask, what do you think US armed forces should have done to Osama bin Laden? Offer him the flowers of forgiveness when he was the main mastermind behind the deadliest terror attack of the century, 9/11? Or do you think that our honorable judiciary should have acquitted Yaqub Menon? already responsible for the toll of 257 human lives in the Mumbai bomb blast 1993. Do you think they even deserve human rights? No, my dear opponents, they deserve the highest form of punishment both on the earth and the other world. Rights cannot protect those who destroy it. The real solution lies in the balance. Rights with the reason, freedom with responsibility, and compassion with caution. Because if the mercy turns blind, justice will go meaningless. At last, I would like to conclude by saying that rights are true when the duty stands tall. Rights are true when the duty stands tall. Without limits, even heaven can fall. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Abhinav. Next, I would like to invite Sub-Inspector Alok Kumar Mishra, CISF, speaking for the motion. Sub-Inspector Alok Kumar Mishra, CISF.
Imagine you are born in Kashmir. Your brother goes out to work in the apple orchards. But 24 hours pass by and he's still not home. You are worried, but you can't do anything. In the night, you felt his voice as if he's saying, "Bhi chup bachi boyar, please save me brother, mujhe bacha lo bhai." You are worried even more. Next morning, you come to know that 3 Kashmiri youths have been killed by the security forces because they thought that they were foreign militants, including your brother too. How would you feel? Frustrated, helpless, angry? Respected chairperson, honorable judges, and my fellow participants, if rights are denied to one, then dignity is denied to all, and that is why I, Sub-Inspector Alok Kumar Mishra from Central Industrial Security Force, stand here to vehemently support the motion that depriving people of their rights under any circumstance is the biggest crime against the society. The Kashmir story which I narrated earlier isn't just hypothetical. It's a true incident which is infamously known as Marchil fake encounter of 2010, in which army officers were found guilty, court-martialed and were imprisoned for life. And if there ever was an example of what we call the biggest crime against the society, then this was it. Why? Because when those responsible for protection themselves deny basic human rights, then it's not just the individual who suffers, but the entire fabric of trust and justice begins to tear apart. My counterparts might argue that this is an exception, not a rule. To them I ask, does a single injustice become less severe because it is rare? For the families who lose innocent lives, does frequency matter or the fact that their fundamental rights were trampled? Sir, the moment we accept that rights can be kept aside in so-called special circumstances, we open the door to misuse and irreversible damages, as it has been shown by our history from time to time, when Nazi Germany began by suspending rights of special groups, when colonial rulers justified repression as necessary for governance, during India's emergency in 1975, when rights were suspended temporarily. Yet that period remains one of the darkest chapters of our democracy till date. Our Honorable Supreme Court of India in D.K. Basu versus State of West Bengal laid down 11 strict guidelines to prevent custodial torture and illegal detention. Why? Because our apex code recognized that depriving people of their rights under any circumstance is the fastest way to erode justice. And it is appalling to know that according to NHRC's data of 2022, there have been 1,600 custodial deaths. Can all these be brushed off as rare incidents? Or is there a pattern that shows that how easily rights can be violated when they are treated as optional? To those who think it is fiction, remember Manya Surve, portrayed in Bollywood movie Shootout at Badala. Once a scholar, then a convict, finally a lifeless body. Wrongfully jailed, justice failed. Falsely granted, life derailed. No trials, no rights, no justice. One wrongful punishment and then an unlawful killing resulted in a double crime. Yes sir, a double crime, not just against that individual, but against the entire society. My learned counterparts, if depriving people of their rights in any situation is acceptable, then where do we draw that line? And who decides that whose rights matter less? Trust me, once that line blurs, no one is safe. Not even the ones who are implementing these rules. Because depriving people of their rights is not just an act of tyranny. It is death of empathy, betrayal of justice, and the biggest crime against the society. Remember Julius Caesar's last words, "Et tu brute," as he fell to the dagger of his closest friend Brutus. And Brutus justified his betrayal by saying that it is not that I love Caesar less, but I love Rome more. And in today's situation also, whenever human rights are violated in the name of national security and extraordinary circumstances, the justification sounds eerily similar. That it is not that we hate justice, but we love our country more. So depriving people of their rights is the fastest way to erode justice, and it should be stopped. And it can be summarized very well with this shloka, Yato dharmos tato jaya. Where there is justice, there is true victory.
Thank you, Alok. Next, I would like to invite Sub-Inspector Shweta, CISF, speaking against the motion. Sub-Inspector Shweta, CISF.
क्लाव्यमा स्वगमा पाठ नैतिक तवो उपपद्धति शूद्रम हृदय दौर्बल्यम रक्त्योदष्ट परंतपा. In Mahabharata, Lord Krishna reminds Arjuna that failing to act against evil, chaos and danger just to protect personal emotions and idealism is not noble, it's a destruction. In the time of war, terror and great crisis, right may be restrained, not to suppress freedom, but to safeguard future. Dharma demands that we protect life, preserve order and ensure survival. In chaos, discipline becomes duty. Honorable Chairperson, esteemed member of the jury, present audience and my fellow co-participants, a very good afternoon to you all. I am Sub-Inspector Shweta, representing CISF against the motion. Yes, I believe rights are essential, but I also firmly believe that not all rights are absolute. Even international human rights laws recognize this balance. International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights Article 4, Siracusa Principle UN 1984 allows for temporary derogation from certain rights during emergencies. Even in our own constitutions, a reasonable restriction was added after First Amendment Act for balancing rights and societal need. Now, let's consider a few examples here. In West Bengal, post-election violence 2021, right to political gathering and protest were curtailed to control violence. In Naxalite areas, movement and communication are restricted for civilian safety. During COVID-19 pandemic, right to move freely is limited to save the lives of millions. Now, imagine if these rights were not curtailed, wouldn't it have led to more death, more chaos and less control? Sir, I'm deeply disturbed to hear my opponent justifying heinous crimes of individuals, citing past violations of rights. This is not justice, it's a moral surrender. Viktor E. Frankl, a Holocaust survivor, reminds us, even in suffering, we have freedom to choose our response. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and Nelson Mandela faced brutal oppression, still choose dignity and justice over revenge. Sir, victimhood may explain the pain, but it never justifies cruelty. Sir, also, I'm not denying that human rights violation lead to crime sometime, but when the word great is added, it is where it becomes unacceptable doing. Caste discrimination and manual scavenging are ongoing violation of right to equality and dignity. These are grave injustice, but to call them greatest crime is an exaggeration. These practices have scarred society, not demolished it. Now, let's look at what truly shook humanity. The Holocaust and Rwandan genocide killed millions. Financial scams such as Madoff Ponzi scheme and Sharda chit fund scam devastated millions financially and emotionally. Environmental crisis affecting 3 billion, killing millions annually and threatens future generation.
Tell me, are these not crimes against life itself, rooted in hatred, greed, ideological difference and hunger for power? Sir, history tells us, greatest crime against humanity stems not from violation of right, but from dark desire within human nature. Sir, my worthy opponents are giving protecting human rights as a panacea for every crime. Now, let's look at the fact here. The United States, global symbol of human rights, is still faced 9/11. Over 3,000 lives lost in a single day. In 2023 alone, more than 46,000 firearm-related deaths and over 1 lakh people die of drug overdose. Sir, these painful reminder reminds us rights matter, but without addressing the deeper causes, we are just applying bandage to a bleeding wound. Sir, human rights are like the wall of the house, important for safety and dignity. But when the house is on fire, do we stand still protecting the wall, or do we break a few to save the people inside? Sometimes, in order to protect society, we must act, even if it means bending what is ideal for protecting what is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Shweta. Next, I would like to invite Sub-Inspector Ashuli Emio, CISF, speaking for the motion. Sub-Inspector Ashuli Emio, CISF.
And sir, permission is up, sir. How do we measure the bigness or the smallness of a crime? If you hold a gun and I hold a gun, we can talk about human rights. If you hold a knife and I hold a knife, we can talk about rules and laws. If you come empty-handed and I come empty-handed, we can talk about reason. But if you hold a gun and I only have a knife, then the truth lies in your hand. If you hold a gun and I have nothing, then what you hold is not just a weapon. It is my life. You see, the concept of rules, laws, and morality hold meaning only when they are based on equal endowment and enforcement of human rights. But when people are deprived of their human rights, rules and laws become chains for the weak and tools for the strong, and depriving people of their human rights becomes the biggest crime against the society. Honorable jury members, my distinguished opponents, and esteemed members of the audience, good afternoon. I am Ashuli Emio, Sub-Inspector, CISF, and I will speak for the motion. Human rights are not privileges granted by the state. They are inherent to our existence as human beings. To deprive people of their human rights is not merely a violation of law. It is the ultimate act of social vandalism, striking at the heart of social contract. The magnitude of this crime surpasses others because it attacks the dignity and the foundation of the society. Consider the Jim Crow laws in the US, apartheid system in South Africa, Nuremberg laws in Nazi Germany, recall the Kristallnacht incident, Wannsee Conference, Action T for Euthanasia program. The biggest crime in all these cases was not the failure of law or justice, it was the deliberate replacement of justice with oppression. It was the weaponization of the law, and it was depriving people of their human rights. This turned the state from the protector into the oppressor, a hungry fox guarding a chicken coop. Some people argue that in times of war, security crisis, or national emergencies, people can be deprived of their human rights. But I tell you, this logic is deeply flawed. You ask me why, I tell you because it is precisely in times of crisis that adherence to human rights become even more important. Human rights are not luxuries for the peaceful. They are the lifeline for the oppressed. It is the sick and the dying who needs a doctor most urgently, and the doctor must go where the wounds are the deepest. My worthy opponents have rightly spoken about reasonable restriction of human rights under certain reasonable circumstances. But I must clarify, reasonable restriction and deprivation are two fundamentally different concepts. Reasonable restriction is justifiable and proportional, but deprivation, it is unreasonable and discriminatory. A tool of totalitarian power. Let me give you an example. Laws banning hate speech are reasonable restrictions, but laws banning all free speech, that is deprivation for you. And may I remind my worthy opponents, our debate focuses solely on the concept of deprivation. The child of a manual scavenger, a dogged citizen, faces obstacles today because their grandparents were deprived of their human rights centuries ago. Do you see how what we do in life goes on? What we do in life goes on and on and on in eternity. When the right to education, property, and health are denied, then the resulting poverty and ill health are inherited across generations. This destroys their human capability. This is a systemic betrayal, far more destructive than any isolated criminal act. My worthy opponents have tried to justify depriving people of their human rights for national security. But I must clarify, depriving people of their human rights for national security is not security. It is the creation of national insecurity. The role of the security forces in Argentina's dirty war and the massive abuses under AFSPA in the northeast and Jammu and Kashmir are primary examples. When our citizens fear security forces more than criminals, when our actions resemble criminals instead of guardians, when protectors become oppressors, our professional legitimacy as security forces vanishes. We commit the ultimate act of treason against the society. Depriving people of their human rights under any circumstances nullifies the social contract. It dismantles the fundamental reason for communal living and leads to the moral and structural death of the society. The Bible says, give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Give to God what belongs to God. Likewise, we say today, give to humans what belongs to humans. Human rights.
Thank you, Ashimi. Next, I would like to invite our final speaker for the list of English speakers today. Assistant Commandant Rajesh Singh B, CISF, speaking against the motion. Assistant Commandant Rajesh Singh B.
Sir, permission to speak, sir. When the collective conscience of a society is shaken, the court must impose death penalty. Justice Arijit Pasad, Dhananjay Chatterjee case. This man has lost the right to live on this earth. Justice M.L. Dayalyani, Ajmal Prasad case. Honorable Chairperson, respected judges, and my fellow participants. This is Rajesh Singh V from CISF, standing here to speak against the motion. I began with those words, not from tyrants or dictators, but from judges, the guardians of law and justice. Now I ask, are these judges murderers? If not, how could they pronounce death upon Dhananjay Chatterjee or Ajmal Prasad? If we remove the motive and intent behind their actions, there is no real difference between one man taking another's life. But motive and intent are everything. Context is everything. These judges acted not out of cruelty or revenge, but out of their duty, their dharma, to uphold justice and protect society. This same principle guides the security forces and police forces. Respected jury, this is why I believe this motion falls apart. It ignores the moral weight of duty, of sacrifice, of context. History teaches us an eternal truth. Excess in anything becomes harmful. Medicine in the right dose heals. In excess, it kills. Empathy is noble, but too much of empathy paralyzes action. Even Chanakya warned us that showing kindness to the wrong person becomes weakness. Our epics like Mahabharata teach us the same. Look what Lord Krishna did to Karna to obtain his Kavach and Kundal. Or Dharma Yudhishthir words to Dronacharya. If even a divine could act with moral flexibility for greater good, why should mortals like us be bound by blind absolutes? Yes, indeed, rights are precious, but they are not absolute. Otherwise, how would we defend affirmative actions? Some communities have been marginalized and disadvantaged for centuries. In order to create a level playing field, the Constitution under Article 15 provides for affirmative actions. It deprives the right to equality to some in order to uplift those who have been oppressed for centuries. If rights must never be denied, then affirmative actions would never exist. And that would amount to an even greater injustice. My worthy opponents,
Napoleon Bonaparte famously said that morale is to physical as 3 is to 1. To insist that human rights must never be curtailed under any circumstances does not protect society, it binds those who protect it. It affects their morale. It shackles our soldiers and police forces into hesitation when decisive action is needed. In critical situations, morale matters more than anything else. I want to ask, where was this outrage for human rights for the victim of Pahalgam? Was it wrong to launch Operation Sindoor and Operation Mahadev to neutralize those terrorists? When a soldier neutralizes a terrorist, is he depriving someone of his rights or protecting the rights of 100 that would have otherwise been lost? When the law punishes a murderer, is it cruelty or compassion towards future victims? If we label every act of protection as prospective crime, then justice itself stands accused. We turn heroes into villains and villains into victims. Respected jury, Edmund Burke warned us that the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. And this is what I fear the most. We risk creating a culture of fear where everyone does the bare minimum, afraid to act, afraid to take initiative, afraid because of the consequences if things go south. And this is far more dangerous than any enemy, as it breeds inertia and erodes the foundation of a safe and secure society. Yes, we must agree that individual excesses do occur, and they must be dealt firmly and transparently. But we must also remember that no society, no system, no institution is free from error. There is no such thing as a perfect utopian society. And India is a nation of 1.5 billion. In a vast and diverse democracy like ours, individual excesses must not be allowed to overshadow collective wisdom. And the collective wisdom says that your right to swing your arm ends where my nose begins. Ancient wisdom has always taught us that the world runs on pragmatism, on dharma, not dogma. This is why we recently saw Afghan Taliban ministers in the Afghan embassy, or a UN designated terrorist speaking from the same UNGA podium. This is the real world we live in, and we cannot afford to ignore it. I want to conclude my statements with a simple quote from Theodore Roosevelt, as it beautifully sums up my entire argument. Speak softly, but carry a big stick, and you will go far. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Rajesh. With this, we have come to the conclusion of English debate session. We will now proceed to the Hindi debate session. I would also request the participants present here to proceed to their respective refreshment areas one by one without leaving the hall, and as the debates will continue further. So starting off with the Hindi debate session, प्रतिभागी यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं, वो एक एक करके जलपान की ओर प्रस्थान कर सकते हैं। वाद विवाद प्रतियोगिता चलती रहेगी, उसी अनुसार as decided in the morning. We'll start off with Railway Protection Force, then ITBP, then BSF, then CRPF, Assam Rifles, SSB, CISF. This would be the sequence of force. speaker for the Hindi debate session is Inspector Satyendra Rai, RPF. Inspector Satyendra Rai, RPF, speaking for the motion.
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, पीठासीन निर्णायकगण, आयोजन समिति के गणमान्य सदस्यों, इस प्रतियोगिता में भाग लेने आए हुए प्रतियोगी मित्रों, देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं निरीक्षक सत्येंद्र राय, रेलवे सुरक्षा बल पूर्व रेलवे से इस प्रतियोगिता में भाग लेने आया हूं। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, आज की वाद विवाद प्रतियोगिता का विषय है किसी भी परिस्थिति में लोगों के मानवाधिकार से वंचित रखना समाज के विरुद्ध सबसे बड़ा अपराध है। मैं इस विचार से पूर्णतः सहमत हूं और मैं इसके पक्ष में अपने विचार प्रस्तुत करना जा रहा हूं। द्वितीय विश्व युद्ध की त्रासदी के बाद समकालीन बुद्धिजीवी और विचारकों ने मानवाधिकारों की कमी को महसूस किया और वर्ष 1946 में मानवाधिकार की स्थापना अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर हुई। 10 दिसंबर 1948 को संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ की महासभा में सार्वभौमिक अधिकारों की घोषणा की गई और तब से 10 दिसंबर को मानवाधिकार दिवस के तौर पर विश्व में मनाया जाने लगा। भारतवर्ष में 12 अक्टूबर 1993 से इसे वैधानिक दर्जा प्राप्त हुआ। मानवाधिकार वो अधिकार है जो मनुष्य को जन्म से मनुष्य होने के नाते मिलते हैं। इसमें जाति, धर्म, मजहब, समाज, रंग, रूप, भेष, भाषा, क्षेत्र का कोई भेदभाव नहीं होता है। कुछ राजनीतिक और कुछ कानूनी पहलू और परिस्थितियों के दबाव में आकर, परिस्थितियों का चोला पहनकर कुछ व्यक्ति या संस्था मानवाधिकारों का दुरुपयोग करते हैं और वैसी स्थिति में मानवाधिकार आयोग की प्रासंगिकता समझ आती है। मानवाधिकार कोई कानून नहीं बनाता, न ही कोई किसी सजा का प्रावधान को ये कर प्रोत्साहित करता है, न कोई नियम बनाता है, बल्कि उस देश में, उस राज्य में, उस खंड में जो प्रचलित नियम और कानून है उसका सही अनुपालन हो, इस बात को सुनिश्चित करता है। आपने बहुत चर्चित मामला अर्नेस्ट कुमार वर्सेस बिहार सरकार का सुना होगा, जिसमें माननीय न्यायालय का यह आदेश था कि 7 वर्ष से कम की सजा में गिरफ्तारी अपवाद होगी, अनिवार्य नहीं। परंतु आज भी 80 से 75% मामलों में अभी भी गिरफ्तारियां की जाती है जिनमें 7 वर्ष से कम की सजा है। आपने डी.के. बसु वर्सेस पश्चिम बंगाल सरकार का मामला देखा होगा, मेरे पूर्व वक्ता ने उसका वर्णन भी किया है। उसमें जो न्यायालय ने जो दिशा निर्देश दिए हैं, उन दिशा निर्देशों को किसी भी परिस्थिति में मनुष्य होने के नाते गिरफ्तार व्यक्ति के लिए भी वो लागू होते मानवाधिकार, परंतु हाजत के दीवारों पर वो दिशा निर्देश लिखे हुए हैं। वास्तविकता में न तो गिरफ्तार व्यक्ति को कोई कानूनी सलाह मिलती है, न उन्हें चिकित्सीय सहायता मिलती है, न उन्हें घरों से मिलने दिया जाता है। 11 में से 1-2 चीजों को ही फॉलो किया जाता है, अन्यथा मानवाधिकार आयोग के डर से किया जाता है। आपने यात्रा के दौरान रेलवे के सवारी डिब्बे में एक जगह लिखा होगा, देखे होंगे कि जंजीर खींचना बिना उचित कारण या पर्याप्त कारण के जंजीर खींचना अपराध है। रेलवे की धारा 141 के तहत ये अपराध है। परंतु महाशय, मैं आपका ध्यान आकृष्ट करना चाहता हूं, कानून की किसी भी पुस्तक में न वो उचित और पर्याप्त कारण वर्णन नहीं है और यहाँ कानून मौन है। किस परिस्थिति में उस अलार्म चैन पुल को खींचा जाएगा, ये कहीं न तो रेलवे के दिशा निर्देश में है, न कानून की किताब में है। और ऐसी परिस्थिति में जहां कानून मौन है, उस जगह पर प्रशासन को या उस व्यक्ति को जो वहां पर है, मानवता का ह्रास करता है और अपने हिसाब से उसकी परिभाषा लिखता है, अपने हिसाब से बातें करता है। मानवाधिकार हमारे लिए कोई नई चीज नहीं है, हमारे धार्मिक ग्रंथों में और सांस्कृतिक विरासत में मिला है। आपने रामचरितमानस पढ़ा होगा, विभीषण के चरित्र को देखा होगा। विभीषण को लोग कुलघाती करते हैं, लेकिन विभीषण ने अपने राजपाट, अपने जाति धर्म को छोड़कर, सोने की लंका को छोड़ के, उस कालखंड के सबसे महान, बलशाली, ताकतवर अपने सहोदर भाई को छोड़कर एक अपरिचित औरत के, स्त्री के
मानवाधिकार की रक्षा में खड़ा हुआ, क्योंकि उनके हिसाब से मानव धर्म सबसे बड़ा धर्म है, सबसे बड़ा त्याग है और सबसे बड़ी तपस्या है। हमारे प्रतिपक्षी साथियों ने कई उदाहरण दिए, शायराने अंदाज में कई शायरी पढ़ी, परंतु उन्होंने एक भी ऐसा उदाहरण प्रस्तुत नहीं किया कि आखिर मानवाधिकार के किस नियम और किस कानून या किस चीज के तहत आपको बाधा पड़ी है। कोई एक मामला उजागर नहीं किया कि मामला मानवाधिकार आयोग आपके कार्य में कहां बाधा दे रहा है, कहां कानून बना रहा है, कहां आपके कार्य में बाधा दे रहा है। मैं निर्णायक अर्पण छोड़ता हूं, अपने वक्तव्य को समाप्त करता हूं। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
धन्यवाद निरीक्षक सत्येंद्र राय। अब मैं हमारे अगले वक्ता उपनिरीक्षक रुपेश कुमार झा जो विषय के पक्ष में बोलेंगे उनको आमंत्रित करता हूं। उपनिरीक्षक रुपेश कुमार झा, रेलवे प्रोटेक्शन फोर्स।
परमादरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, सम्मानित निर्णायक मंडल, इस भव्य आयोजन को मंच प्रदान करने वाले आयोजकगण तथा यहाँ उपस्थित हमारे प्रबुद्ध श्रोता, मैं आरपीएफ ईस्टर्न रेलवे से उप निरीक्षक रुपेश कुमार झा आज के वाद विवाद प्रतियोगिता के विषय किसी भी परिस्थिति में लोगों को उनके मानवाधिकारों से वंचित करना समाज के विरुद्ध सबसे बड़ा अपराध है को केंद्रित करते हुए विपक्ष में अपना विचार प्रस्तुत करने जा रहा हूँ। महोदय, द्वितीय विश्व युद्ध के समय जब चारों ओर भीषण चीख पुकार, चित्कार और त्रासदी का आलम था, मानवता त्राहिमाम कर रही थी, उस समय के तत्कालीन बुद्धिजीवियों ने 1946 में मानवाधिकार आयोग की स्थापना की, जिसको 10 दिसंबर 1948 ईस्वी में संयुक्त राष्ट्र महासभा ने सार्वभौम घोषणा करके अपनाया। मानवाधिकार वो मौलिक अधिकार और स्वतंत्रताएं हैं जो एक मनुष्य को जन्म से निहित होती है। तब से लेकर आज तक हम सभी मानवाधिकार का सम्मान करते हैं, इज्जत करते हैं, परंतु महोदय कभी कभी हालात और परिस्थितियां इतनी खराब हो जाती है जब हमें आत्मरक्षा और समाज की सुरक्षा में इन आतंकवादियों के विरुद्ध, इन असामाजिक तत्वों के विरुद्ध कठोर कार्रवाई करनी पड़ती है। अंग्रेजी में भी कहावत है, डिसीजंस वर ड्राइवन बाय द सर्कमस्टेंसेस। जब हमारा सामना इन बर्बर असामाजिक तत्वों से होता है, अलगाववादियों से, पत्थरबाजों से होता है, तब ये हमारा स्वागत फूलों की हार से नहीं बल्कि पत्थरों में गोलियों की बौछार से करते हैं। महोदय, मानवाधिकार के पक्षधर साथी मुझे इतना समझा दे, बिना लड़ाई के आज तक शांति स्थापित हुई है क्या? अशोक ने जब युद्ध व लड़ाई को छोड़कर इन्हीं मानवाधिकारों को रास्ते पर चला तो मगध की क्या दुर्दशा हुई? जो साम्राज्य कभी मिडिल ईस्ट से लेकर श्रीलंका तक फैला हुआ था वो अगले 100 सालों में नष्ट हो गया। महोदय, आज देश में खौफनाक मंजर को देखकर यहाँ की जनमानस मौत से मोहब्बत और जिंदगी से नफरत करने लगी है, क्योंकि अपराध के मुकाबले कानून बौना नजर आने लगा है। आज देश में इन असामाजिक तत्वों द्वारा आक्रामक रवैया अपनाने जाने के कारण इनसे लोहा लेना किसी युद्ध से कम नहीं, जबकि किसी युद्ध को जीतने के लिए पहल की आवश्यकता होती है। जबकि युद्ध जैसे अत्यंत निर्णायक पलों में एक जवान अपनी नौकरी के भय से उतना ही कर पाता है कि सांप मरे ना मरे लेकिन लाठी नहीं टूटनी चाहिए, क्योंकि वह जानता है कानून उसे छोड़ेगा नहीं। दिल को तार बनाने वाली यह मीडिया की परी निगाहें उसे छोड़ेगी नहीं। इसका ज्वलंत उदाहरण है जम्मू कश्मीर में पहले सैनिकों का सिर कटवाए तब जाकर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हुआ, 45 जवानों ने शहादत दी तब जाकर बालाकोट में एयर स्ट्राइक हुआ। मैं पूछता हूँ महोदय, काश ये सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक, एयर स्ट्राइक पहले हो गए होते तो एक बूढ़े माँ बाप की बुढ़ापी की लाठी, एक पत्नी का सुहाग, एक बहन की राखी तथा एक नौनिहाल का जीवन अंधकार में नहीं होता। डॉक्टर भी कैंसर का इलाज करता है तो वह संक्रमित कोशिकाओं को काटकर बाहर फेंक देता है ताकि नासूर न बने, और यह सामाजिक तत्व हमारे देश में उससे भी गंभीर समस्या बने हुए हैं। ये एक नहीं, दो नहीं, हजारों लोगों की जान लेते हैं। महोदय, आपके माध्यम से इस सदन को मैं स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूँ कि कानून में, संविधान में निहित अधिकार मानवों को दिए हैं, ना कि दानवों को दिए हैं। महोदय, मेरे विपक्षी साथी किन दरिंदों को बचाने के लिए मानवाधिकार की दुहाई देते हैं? उन दरिंदों को बचाने के लिए जो विश्व के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र में सत्ता की गलियारा बंदूक की नली से नपना चाह रहे हैं, या उन दरिंदों को बचाने के लिए जो राजनीतिक शून्य, आर्थिक विफलता और अराजकता फैलाना चाह रहे हैं? क्यों दरकिनार करना चाहते हैं मेरे विपक्षी विपक्षी साथी इन सब घटनाओं को, क्योंकि सच्चाई को बर्दाश्त करने की क्षमता नहीं रह गई इनके अंदर। महोदय, मैं यहाँ 2 घटनाओं का जिक्र करना चाहता हूँ। 9 अप्रैल 2017 को जब जम्मू कश्मीर के उल्टी गांव पोलिंग बूथ में सुरक्षाकर्मी के एक समूह 1200 पत्थरबाजों से घिर गए थे, तब निकलने के सारे रास्ते बंद हो गए थे। उस समय मेजर लुतिन गोराई ने वहां के स्थानीय युवक फारूक अहमद डार को मानव ढाल के रूप में अपने जीप में बांधकर न सिर्फ सुरक्षा कर्मियों को बचाया, बल्कि दर्जनों नागरिकों को सुरक्षित निकाला। मैं पूछता हूँ अपने विपक्षी साथी से, मेजर लुतिन गोराई के पास क्या विकल्प था? महोदय, वर्ष 2000 से लेकर अब तक 2500 से ज्यादा सुरक्षा बल और 4000 से ज्यादा नागरिक नक्सली माओवादी हिंसा में शहीद हुए हैं। और तब से लेकर ऑपरेशन सुरक्षा बलों द्वारा चलाए जा रहे उस ऑपरेशन से भयभीत होकर रोज नक्सलियों ने आत्मसमर्पण किया है। इसी महीने बस्तर में 208 नक्सलियों ने आत्मसमर्पण किया है। यह सुरक्षा बलों द्वारा चलाए जाने वाले ऑपरेशन से होने वाले भय का परिणाम है। जब कभी इन सामाजिक और असामाजिक तत्वों द्वारा समाज और राष्ट्र में प्रचलित कानून के समानांतर आपराधिक व्यवस्था खड़ी कर दी जाती है, तब इससे न सिर्फ हमारा कार्य क्षमता प्रभावित होता है, बल्कि मनोबल भी टूटता है और इन्हें समाज की मुख्य धारा में लाने के लिए भय और हिंसा का प्रयोग करना आवश्यक होता है। प्रोग्राम ने भी श्री रामचरितमानस में कहा है, बोले राम सकोप्ता भय बिन हो जती। महोदय, महाभारत का आदर्श शुद्ध है हिंसा परमो धर्म। मैं मानता हूँ, मैं इन्हीं वाणी के साथ अपनी बात को विराम करता हूँ। जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद रुपेश। अब हमारे अगले वक्ता उप निरीक्षक मोनिका मालविया, रेलवे प्रोटेक्शन फोर्स, जो विषय के पक्ष में बोलेंगे। उप निरीक्षक मोनिका मालविया, रेलवे प्रोटेक्शन फोर्स।
जब तलक है मेहरबान आमते हम पर, तब तलक तक मानवता को दिलों में बसाना है। सौंप कर ये मानवता आने वाली नस्लों को अंततः हमें भी खाक में मिल जाना है। परम आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, इंद्रासन में विराजमान निर्णायक महोदय एवं मेरे निर्भीक साथियों, मैं उप निरीक्षक मोनिका मालवीय, रेलवे सुरक्षा बल, आज वाद विवाद की प्रतियोगिता में दिए गए विषय का पूर्ण जोर समर्थन करती हूँ। महोदय, यह बात बिल्कुल साफ है कि देश में संविधान संपन्न शासन और कार्यपालिका, न्यायपालिका और विधायिका की प्रभावशीलता को बनाए रखने के लिए हमें मानव अधिकारों के प्रति जागरूक तथा उसकी सुरक्षा करना ही होगा, क्योंकि मानव अधिकार के प्रति जागरूकता एक ऐसा ब्रह्मांड है जिसके माध्यम से हम देश और समाज को एक सूत्र में बांध सकते हैं। और आज की वाद विवाद की प्रतियोगिता में दिए गए विषय को मैं कुछ इस प्रकार के उदाहरण से समझाना चाहूंगी। अंग्रेजी के दाइची इंग्लैंड के जाने माने न्यायविदों में से एक थे, जिन्होंने अनुच्छेद 13 के लिए कानून के शासन का समर्थन किया और अपनी एक पुस्तक द लॉ ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में बताया कि कानून सभी के लिए
अति दुर्गम क्षेत्रों में विपरीत परिस्थितियों में मानव मूल्यों को ध्यान में रखते हुए सैकड़ों लोगों की जान बचाई। तो मैं ये स्पष्ट कर देना चाहती हूँ, जब वे अति दुर्गम क्षेत्रों में विपरीत परिस्थितियों में मानव मूल्यों को ध्यान में रखते हुए लोगों की सहायता करते हैं, तो हम आतंकवाद, उग्रवाद, नक्सलवाद के खिलाफ आगे रहकर हम मानव अधिकारों के प्रति लोगों को जागरूक क्यों नहीं कर सकते? कर सकते हैं महोदय, बिल्कुल कर सकते हैं, लेकिन बस एक हमारा ये व्यक्त करने की आवश्यकता है कि हम लोगों में, हम जनता में, हम आवाम में वो विश्वास जागृत कर पाए, उनको बता पाए कि आखिर क्या हो रहा है। अंत में मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देते हुए महाराजा छत्रपति शिवाजी की जीवनी से एक उदाहरण आपके सामने पेश करना चाहूंगी। जब 1664 में महाराजा छत्रपति शिवाजी ने सूरत में लूट की, तो वहां की महिलाओं को बंदी उड़ाकर सैनिक उनके सामने लाए, तो महाराज को अति ज्यादा उनको देख के दुख हुआ। उन्होंने उनको साड़ी चोली दामन करके उनको वापस वहां पे लौटाया गया, उनके मानव अधिकारों की रक्षा की। तो उनके कट्टर दुश्मन औरंगजेब, उनके कट्टर दुश्मन जो उनको किसी प्रकार से पसंद नहीं करते थे, किसी प्रकार से फूटी हाथ नहीं भाते थे, उन्होंने उसकी मृत्यु पर कहा, क्या कहा आप उनकी बात ध्यान से सुनिएगा, कि उन्होंने ऊपर वाले की तरफ दोनों हाथ करके कहा, हे अल्लाह तेरे जन्नत के दरवाजे खोल दे, तेरा नेक बंदा तेरे दरबार में आ रहा है।
धन्यवाद मोनिका। अब मैं हमारे अगले वक्ता निरीक्षक देवेश ओलानी आरपीएफ जो विषय के विपक्ष में बोलेंगे उनको आमंत्रित करता हूं। निरीक्षक देवेश ओलानी आरपीएफ।
शुरू करने की अनुमति चाहते हैं। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मेरे साथियों और जूरी के माननीय सदस्य, मैं निरीक्षक देवेश ओलानी रेलवे सुरक्षा बल आज के दिए गए वाद विवाद के विषय के पक्ष में अपना मत प्रस्तुत कर रहा हूँ। महोदय, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि किसी एक व्यक्ति के मानवाधिकार की बलिवेदी पर समाज के सभी व्यक्तियों के मानवाधिकारों की बलि नहीं दी जा सकती है। जैसे कि हमने मसूद अजहर आतंकी को पकड़ लिया था और उसके बाद उसको मानवाधिकार की संपूर्ण सुविधाएं प्रदान की जा रही थी और कानूनी प्रक्रिया का पालन किया जा रहा था, परंतु वर्ष 1999 में उसके शागिर्दों ने कांधार विमानापहरण कर लिया और देश के 280 से अधिक निर्दोष नागरिकों को बंधक बनाकर प्राण संकट में ला दिए थे और भारत सरकार को आतंकियों के आगे झुकते हुए मसूद अजहर सहित उसके साथियों को रिहा करना पड़ा। इतना ही नहीं, रिहा होने के उपरांत उसने जैसे मोहम्मद जैसा प्रतिष्ठित आतंकी संगठन बनाया जो पूरे भारत में आतंकी घटनाओं के लिए जिम्मेदार है और उसने वर्ष 2001 में भारतीय संसद भवन पर हमला करके देश के प्रधानमंत्री, मंत्रिमंडल और सत्ता पक्ष तथा विपक्ष के सांसदों के प्राण संकट में ला दिए थे। वो तो हमारे सुरक्षा बलों की मुस्तैदी के कारण उस दिन कोई बड़ी अनहोनी घटना घटने से रुक गई, वरना सरकार उस दिन आतंकवादियों के बंधक में होती और बंधक सरकार से किसी भी अनुचित मांगों को बड़ी आसानी से मरवाया जा सकता है। अतः मैं बताना चाहता हूं, अगर उस दिन को सफल हो गए होते तो ना तो आपके मानवाधिकार रहते और ना ही मेरे मानवाधिकार रहते। इसलिए किसी एक व्यक्ति के मानवाधिकार की रक्षा के लिए हमने तो लाखों व्यक्तियों और हजारों देश के निर्दोष नागरिकों के प्राण संकट में ला दिए थे और उनके मानवाधिकारों को खतरा उत्पन्न कर दिया था। इसी तरह आगे मैं बात करूं, हमारे वेदों में भी व्यक्तिगत लाभ की अपेक्षा सार्वजनिक लाभ को महत्व दिया गया है और बताया गया है, सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखात् भवेत्। आगे बढ़ता हूं मैं 26/11 के मुंबई हमले की बात करूं, जहां आतंकवादियों ने 170 से अधिक निर्दोष नागरिकों को मौत के घाट उतार दिया था। अरे ये लोग आम नागरिक को छोड़िए, सुरक्षा बलों के जवानों पर भी हमला करने से नहीं चूकते। जैसे कि नक्सलवादियों ने छत्तीसगढ़ के सुकमा में सीआरपीएफ के कैंप पर हमला करके हमारे 76 जवानों से अधिक को शहीद कर दिया था। उरी अटैक में आतंकवादियों ने आर्मी के 20 से अधिक जवानों को शहीद कर दिया था। तो ये घटना है मानवाधिकार के उल्लंघन की सबसे महत्वपूर्ण घटना है। उसके बाद भी आज तक ऐसी कोई व्यवस्था नहीं बन पाई है कि हम ऐसे आतंकवादियों के मानवाधिकारों के उल्लंघन हेतु जवाबदेही फिक्स कर सकें। दूसरी तरफ हमारे सुरक्षा बल के जवान हैं जो आम आदमी की रक्षा और उनके मानवाधिकारों की रक्षा के लिए ऑपरेशन चलाते रहते हैं, जिन्होंने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर, सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एयर स्ट्राइक जैसे ऑपरेशन चलाए तथा प्राणों की चिंता किए बिना उनकी रक्षा किया। उसके उपरांत भी मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि इनके खून के एक एक कतरे से यही शब्द निकलता है, मन समर्पित, तन समर्पित और यह जीवन समर्पित, चाहता हूं देश की धरती तुझे कुछ और भी हो। परंतु महोदय, अफसोस की बात यह है कि मुझे ये कहना पड़ रहा है कि इसके बाद भी देश की विभिन्न अदालतों में हमारे सुरक्षा बलों के खिलाफ 5000 से अधिक प्रकरण लंबे हैं। साथियों, मैं आपको यह भी बताना चाहता हूं कि किसी भी कानून की या किसी भी सिद्धांत की उपयोगिता उसी समय है जब वह सभी व्यक्तियों पर समान रूप से लागू हो। जैसे कि अगर किसी व्यक्ति ने हत्या किया है तो उस पर आईपीसी की धारा 302 या बीएनएस की धारा 101 के तहत कार्रवाई की जाएगी, चाहे वह व्यक्ति सुरक्षा बल का सदस्य हो या आतंकी हो या आम नागरिक हो। परंतु मानवाधिकार के संबंध में ऐसा संभव नहीं है। मानवाधिकारों के उल्लंघन हेतु हम सुरक्षा बल के सदस्यों को तो दायित्व निर्धारित कर सकते हैं और उन पर दबाव ला सकते हैं, लेकिन आतंकवादी और उग्रवादियों पर इस हेतु उन्हें विवश नहीं कर सकते, बल्कि वो इनका उल्लंघन करके और इनका डिफेंस का फायदा लेते हैं, जिस कारण सुरक्षा बलों और जांच एजेंसियों के मन में यह भावना पैदा हो रही है मानवाधिकार केवल आतंकियों और अपराधियों के हैं, हम लोगों के कोई भी मानवाधिकार नहीं है। अतः महोदय, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि मानवाधिकारों की रक्षा के लिए हमें टिट फॉर टैट की नीति अपनानी होगी और उनको टिट फॉर टैट की नीति अपनाते हुए उन पर कार्रवाई करनी होगी, वरना हम एक व्यक्ति के व्यक्तिगत मानवाधिकारों की रक्षा के लिए पूरे समाज के मानवाधिकारों का हनन हो सकता है। इसी के साथ मैं अपनी वार्ता को विराम देता हूं।
धन्यवाद निरीक्षक देवेश। अब मैं हमारे अगले वक्ता उप निरीक्षक नरेंद्र सिंह आईटीबीपी जो कि विषय के पक्ष में बोलेंगे आमंत्रित करता हूं। उप निरीक्षक नरेंद्र सिंह आईटीबीपी। हमारे अगले वक्ता आरक्षी सामान्य भांति देवी आईटीबीपी विषय के विपक्ष में बोलेंगे, उनको आमंत्रित करता हूं। हमारे अगले वक्ता सहायक कमांडेंट नीतीश कुमार सिंह आईटीबीपी विषय के पक्ष में बोलेंगे, उनको आमंत्रित करता हूं। सहायक कमांडेंट नीतीश कुमार सिंह आईटीबीपी।
जय श्रीमान, शुरू करने की अनुमति चाहता हूं श्रीमान। जय श्रीमान।
2004 इराक का अबू गारिब इलाका, जहां तमाम इराकी नागरिकों को बंदी बनाकर अमेरिकी सैनिकों द्वारा उन पर तमाम यातनाएं बरसाई गई। 2017 कश्मीर गंदरबल, 17 वर्षीय किशोर इरफान गनई जो कि घर से सेना की गोलीबारी की आवाज सुनकर बाहर निकला था, सुरक्षा बलों द्वारा उसकी अकारण निर्मम हत्या कर दी गई। 18 जुलाई 2022 राज्यसभा डॉक्टर फौजिया खान के एक रेखांकित प्रश्न का जवाब देते हुए रक्षा राज्य मंत्री श्री अजय भट्ट ने बताया कि भारतीय सेना द्वारा वर्ष 2017 में 25, 18 में 29 और 2019 में कुल 42 बार मानवाधिकार हनन का मामले सामने आया है। 2023 मणिपुर, सैकड़ों घर जातीय हिंसा की आग में जलकर स्वाहा हो गए, महिलाओं और बच्चों पर अत्याचार हुए। क्या हम इन घटनाओं को मानवाधिकार हनन के मामलों को किसी परिस्थिति के आधार पर न्यायोचित ठहरा सकते हैं? जी नहीं। यह मानवता के विरुद्ध एक अपराध है जो कि न्याय मांगती है, मुआवजा नहीं, संवेदना मांगती है, तर्क नहीं। जंगल का अंधेरा है बहुत तेज हवा भी, और जिद है हमारी कि जलाएंगे दिया भी। इस पेड़ से खुद टूटकर अब फल नहीं गिरते, तू कब से खड़ा है कोई पत्थर तो चला भी। एक ऐसा ही पत्थर चलाने के लिए, एक ऐसा ही आक्षेप इस दोहरे मापदंड पर करने के लिए, उस मिथ्याचार पर करने के लिए जो कि शाश्वत मानवाधिकारों को सुविधा की कसौटी में तौलते हैं। मैं उप कमांडेंट नीतीश कुमार सिंह आज आप सभी के समक्ष उपस्थित हूँ। नीर और शीर का विवेक रखने वाले परम आदरणीय निर्णायक मंडल और मेरे प्यारे साथियों, मैं आज इस विषय के पक्ष में अपना मत रख रहा हूँ। प्रतिपक्ष में बैठे मेरे कुछ साथी इन घटनाओं को दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण या सार्वजनिक हित में की गई जवाबी कार्रवाई का दुष्परिणाम कहकर टाल देने की बात कहेंगे। कुछ बुद्धिजीवी इसे संपार्श्विक क्षति या कोलैटरल डैमेज का भी नाम दे सकते हैं। कुछ कहेंगे कि ये आंकड़े तो बेहद कम और इससे और विशेष परिस्थिति से जुड़े हैं और इससे अधिक आंकड़े उनके पास मौजूद हैं। इस पर मैं कहता हूं कि तुम्हारी फाइलों में गांव का मौसम गुलाबी है, मगर वे आंकड़े झूठे हैं, वो दावा किताबी है। उधर जमहूरियत का ढोल पीटे जा रहे हो तुम, इधर पर्दे के पीछे बर्बरियत है, नवाबी है। क्या हम भूल गए जब एक युवक भगत सिंह ने कहा था कि अधिकारों के लिए लड़ना ही जीवन का उद्देश्य है, तो वो किन अधिकारों की बात कर रहे हैं? क्या वह कठिन से कठिन परिस्थिति में नागरिकों की गरिमा और स्वतंत्रता की बात नहीं थी? तो शायद यह तर्क दो कि अगर हम मानवाधिकारों का ध्यान देंगे तो हम निर्भीक और कठोर कैसे बनेंगे। इस पर मैं पूछता हूं कि अंधाधुंध बल प्रयोग से आज तक कौन सा राष्ट्र महान हो सका है? जनता के विश्वास और समर्थन के बिना कौन सा सुरक्षा बल सफल हो सका? मैं पूछता हूं कि कोई तो वजह रही होगी कि संयुक्त राज्य अमेरिका को वैश्विक पटल पर आकर सफाई देनी पड़ी कि अबू गारिब में जो हुआ वह किसी भी परिस्थिति में न्यायोचित नहीं और मानवता के विरुद्ध एक अपराध है। साथियों, मानवाधिकार हमें मानवता से जोड़ते हैं और भारतीय संघ के सशस्त्र बल होने के नाते मानवता की रक्षा करना हमारा सर्वोपरि कर्तव्य है। अगर हम अपने इस कर्तव्य को करने में पीछे रहते हैं तो भारतीय न्याय संहिता की धारा 3 उपधारा 7 के अंतर्गत अपनी इस चूक के लिए अपराधी माने जाएंगे। साथियों, कुछ लोगों को ये लगता होगा कि मानवाधिकारों की रक्षा इसलिए जरूरी है क्योंकि भारत मानवाधिकारों की सार्वभौमिक घोषणा यूडीएचआर का एक हस्ताक्षर करता देश है, परंतु वे भूल जाते हैं कि चाहे महात्मा बुद्ध का मध्यम मार्ग हो, अशोक की धम्म नीति, अकबर की धार्मिक सहिष्णुता हो या महात्मा गांधी का सत्याग्रह, भारत ने अनेक काल से विश्व को शांति, सौहार्द और संभाव का संदेश दिया है। मानवाधिकार केवल कानून की किताबें, व्याख्यानों या गोष्ठियों का शब्द नहीं है, बल्कि यह मानव की गरिमामयी अस्तित्व का अधिकार है। मानवाधिकार वे सार्वभौमिक अधिकार हैं जो हमें मानव मात्र होने से प्राप्त है। यह किसी व्यवस्था या सरकार की मेहरबानी नहीं है, बल्कि यह व्यक्ति की जन्मसिद्ध संपत्ति है। यही वो अधिकार है जो हमें जानवर से इंसान बनाते हैं, भीड़ से समाज बनाते हैं, और फिर यही छिन गए तो क्या बचेगा? डर, अन्याय, अंधकार। महोदय, ना जाने हम कब ये समझेंगे कि विषम से विषम परिस्थितियों में भी मानवाधिकार की रक्षा करना हमारी कमजोरी नहीं बल्कि एक रणनीतिक और नैतिक अनिवार्यता है। ना जाने हमें कब यह एहसास होगा कि मानव व्यवस्था का साधन नहीं साध है। शस्त्रों के दम पर हम सीमाओं की तो सुरक्षा कर सकते हैं, परंतु अगर लोकतंत्र की आत्मा को बचाना हो तो मानवाधिकार उसकी पहली और अनिवार्य शर्त है। आज जब हम अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से लेकर छत्तीसगढ़ के अंदरूनी इलाकों तक में तैनात हो नक्सलवाद जैसी आंतरिक सुरक्षा की समस्या से जूझ रहे हैं, ऐसे में जरूरी नहीं कि दुश्मन हमेशा स्वदेशी मूल का ही हो, और ऐसे में यह प्रतिकार किसे प्राप्त होगा कि वह किसी सामान्य परिस्थिति को एक विशेष परिस्थिति का दर्जा दे दे? इस बात का आश्वासन कौन देगा कि सक्षम अधिकारी अपनी शक्ति का दुरुपयोग नहीं करेगा? इस बात की गारंटी क्या होगी कि थोड़ी सी ढिलाई पूरी मानवता को दोबारा शर्मसार नहीं कर देगी? इतिहास इस बात का गवाह रहा है कि जब जब भी किसी आधार पर मानवाधिकारों का हनन हुआ है, तब तक पूरी सभ्यता को शर्मसार होना पड़ा है। फिर वो चाहे द्वितीय विश्व युद्ध में नाजी शासन में हुए 60 लाख यहूदियों की हत्या हो या रवांडा का नरसंहार। महोदय, मैं अपनी बात का अंत उस नन्ही चिड़िया की कहानी से करना चाहूंगा जो कि जंगल में लगी आग को बुझाने के लिए अपनी चोंच में एक बूंद पानी लेकर जा रही है। क्या हम उस नन्ही चिड़िया से प्रेरणा नहीं ले सकते? मानवाधिकारों की रक्षा का कार्य केवल सरकार या न्यायालय का नहीं बल्कि हर व्यक्ति का है, और जब भी कोई व्यवस्था भेदभाव करती है, जब भी कोई नीति निर्माता अन्याय करता है, जब भी कोई पड़ोसी उपेक्षित महसूस करता है, तो हमारा ये कर्तव्य बनता है कि हम अपनी चोंच में एक बूंद न्याय लेकर आए। मैं रहूं या ना रहूं, मेरा पता रह जाएगा, शाख पर अगर एक भी पत्ता हरा रह जाएगा, बो रहा हूं बीच कुछ संवेदनाओं के यहाँ खुशबुओं का एक अनोखा सिलसिला रह जाएगा। धन्यवाद सर। जय।
धन्यवाद उप कमांडेंट नीतीश कुमार सिंह। अब मैं हमारे अगले वक्ता निरीक्षक फूलचंद मीना ITBP जो कि विषय के विपक्ष में बोलेंगे, उनको आमंत्रित करता हूं। निरीक्षक फूलचंद मीना ITBP।
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, निर्णायक मंडल, मेरे साथी, आज मैं अपने किसी भी परिस्थिति में मानवाधिकारों के लोगों को विरुद्ध समाज में रोकना अपराध माना गया है के विपक्ष में अपने सब रखने जा रहा हूँ। मैं निरीक्षक JD फूलचंद मीणा ITBP। आज हम लोग निसंदेह व्यक्ति को मानवाधिकारों की आवश्यकता है, जीवन जीने के लिए, स्वतंत्रता के लिए बहुत आवश्यक है, परंतु ये कहीं भी तर्कसंगत नहीं है कि हम मानवाधिकारों की आड़ के अंदर अपने देश की सुरक्षा दंगे, आतंकवाद और नक्सलवाद की आड़ से हम देश की सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ करें। मैं इन्हीं मुद्दों पे कुछ अपने वक्तव्य रखना चाहूँगा। अभी रिसेंटली हमारे जो अभी घटना घटी थी लद्दाख के अंदर, तो कुछ लोगों ने अपने राजनीतिक और अपने संगठन के लिए एक आंदोलन करके और लद्दाख में आगजनी की घटना की। उस घटना के अंदर कई मासूम लोगों की मौत हो गई, कई दिनों तक बच्चे स्कूल नहीं गए और कुछ लोग जो गरीब लोग थे जो रोजी रोटी अपनी कमाते हैं, उनका धंधा कई दिन तक चौपट हो गया। उसमें पुलिस महानिदेशक द्वारा खुद भी कहा गया कि सुरक्षा बलों तो यदि नहीं होते और देश की सुरक्षा नहीं करते तो पूरा लद्दाख को जला दिया जाता। तो ऐसी घटनाएं हमें जो मानवाधिकारों या मानव अधिकारों की बात करते हैं लोग और उनके पीछे से जो दंगे करते हैं, और एक उसी की घटना है जो हमारा एक किसान आंदोलन हुआ था। किसान आंदोलन के दौरान कहीं भी ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी निर्णय दिया है कि कोई भी आंदोलन करता है तो उसको अनुमति लेनी पड़ती है। कहीं भी आप पब्लिक की रोड जाम नहीं कर सकते, पर कहीं भी रोड पे जाके बैठ नहीं सकते, और यदि करते हो तो आप कितने लोगों के रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी रोज अप डाउन कर रहे हैं, बच्चे स्कूल जा रहे हैं, आप उनका रास्ता रोका, आम आदमी को परेशान हो रहा है। उन घटनाओं से हमें इस ये और उसी की आड़ में किसान आंदोलन की आड़ के अंदर कुछ लोगों ने किसान आंदोलन की आड़ लेके लाल किले के ऊपर जाके झंडा और उपद्रव देश की सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ किया था। ऐसे ही हमारा एक कई दशकों तक ऐसे ही उदाहरण है कि जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर मानवाधिकारों की आड़ लेके लोगों द्वारा पथराव किया गया सुरक्षा बलों के द्वारा, कई दिनों तक स्कूलें नहीं चली और आम आदमी का जीवन प्रभावित हुआ। तो वो भी एक तरह से गलत है, क्योंकि ये लोग मानवाधिकारों की आड़ के अंदर देश की सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ करते हैं, तो वो भी देश में कतई मंजूर नहीं है। एक अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ था, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हमारे देश से हुआ था। तो एक ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान लोगों ने कितना कोऑपरेशन किया कि हमारे को मॉक ड्रिल में रात को लाइटें नहीं जलाना, कब तक हर सेना का साथ दिया था। तो उस परिस्थिति में भी मानवाधिकारों की हम लोग बात नहीं कर सकते, उनको सीमित किया जाना आवश्यक है। और यह सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी कहा है कि मानवाधिकारों के आड़ लेके आप कुछ भी देश के अंदर दंगा फसाद व्यवस्था को अव्यवस्थित नहीं कर सकते। तो मैं इन्हीं कुछ मुद्दे घटनाएं हैं जो हुआ अभी रिसेंटली हमारे पड़ोसी देशों में जो हुआ, दंगों की आड़ लेके लोगों ने तख्ता पलट किए और देश की सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ तख्ते पलटी हुआ। तो नेपाल में सुप्रीम कोर्ट संसद भवन तक जला दी गई। राष्ट्र की कितनी क्षति हुई थी कि उसके अंदर इसको जला दिया गया। यूएन ने भी कहा है कि देश की परिस्थिति और आपातकाल देश की सुरक्षा के लिए मानवाधिकारों को कुछ सीमा तक प्रतिबंधित किया जाना आवश्यक है। तो इसी वक्तव्य के अंदर समय समय में सुप्रीम कोर्ट अपने आदेश भी देता है कि आप शांति प्रिय मानवाधिकारों के आड़ में देश की सुरक्षा के साथ आप खिलवाड़ नहीं कर सकते। मैं केवल अपना इतना ही वक्तव्य करूँगा।
धन्यवाद निरीक्षक फूलचंद। अब मैं हमारे अगले वक्ता आरक्षी गौरव भट्ट BSF जो कि विषय के पक्ष में बोलेंगे, उनको आमंत्रित करता हूं। आरक्षी गौरव भट्ट, BSF।
हाँ, मैं मानव का अधिकार हूँ, देखो पर मैं कितना लाचार हूँ। रोज जीवों पर होता अत्याचार हूँ, कहीं मैं लालच की सरकार हूँ, कहीं हिंदू मुस्लिम का होता दंगा हूँ, कहीं पिटता मैं साधु बदनंगा हूँ, पापों में बहती गंगा हूँ, अभेद अत्याचारी की लंका हूँ। वोट बैंक बचाने के लिए मौन हूँ, खुद के स्वार्थ के लिए गौन हूँ, जनता को आपस में लड़ाने में गुरुद्रोण हूँ, कभी ना चूकने वाला गरीब का लोन। बना था भेदभाव मिटाने को, अजय अखंड भारत बनाने को, वर्तमान में सब मेरे विपरीत होता है, देख इसे ईमान मेरा लज्जित होता है। परम आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, सम्मानीय न्यायिक मंडल, मंच एवं कक्ष में आसीन सभी आदरणीय जनों को मेरा आभार। मैं आरक्षक गौरव भट्ट, सीमा सुरक्षा बल। आज हम उस विषय पर बात करने के लिए एकत्र हुए हैं जो किसी भी सभ्य समाज की नींव को हिला सकता है। किसी भी परिस्थिति में लोगों को उनके मानव अधिकारों से वंचित करना समाज के विरुद्ध सबसे बड़ा अपराध है। मानव अधिकारों का उल्लंघन केवल एक व्यक्तिगत त्रासदी नहीं, बल्कि इसका समाज पर व्यापक प्रभाव पड़ता है। यह सामाजिक अस्थिरता और संघर्ष को बढ़ावा देता है। जब लोगों को लगता है कि उनके साथ अन्याय हो रहा है, उनके अधिकारों को छीना जा रहा है, तो वो विरोध और विद्रोह तक कर सकते हैं। यह समाज में विभाजन और अविश्वास को पैदा करता है। एक ऐसा समाज जहां न्याय और समानता का अभाव हो, ऐसे समाज में शांति और प्रगति संभव ही नहीं है। जन्म से मिला जो जीवन का आधार, अगर छीने कोई यह कैसा व्यवहार। मानव अधिकार है हर जन की सांस, यह व्यक्ति नहीं मानवता की है आस। बोलने का हक, न्याय की आस, जहां ये मरे वहां कैसा विकास। अधिकारों का हनन है सबसे बड़ा पाप, यह व्यक्ति नहीं मानवता पर है श्राप। बनो तुम रक्षक इस मौलिक अधिकार के, तभी बनेगा जग सम्मान प्यार के। अधिकार हो सबका, हो सम्मान हर देश, यही है सभ्य समाज और यही उन्नत देश। आज भी कई बार अपनी जिम्मेदारियों को पूरा करते हुए जाने अनजाने में व जानबूझकर भी मानव अधिकारों का उल्लंघन न सिर्फ सुरक्षा कर्मी बल्कि पुलिस कार्मिकों के बीच भी देखने के लिए मिलता है। मई 2025 में कुख्यात गैंगस्टर जुबैर को पुलिस द्वारा गिरफ्तार किया गया। कथित तौर पर उसके जबरन सिर व दाढ़ी मूंछ मुंडवाकर उसके साथियों सहित पूरे शहर में घुमाया गया और इसका वीडियो सोशल मीडिया तक वायरल किया गया। घटना के फलस्वरूप जुबैर की पत्नी ने जबलपुर हाईकोर्ट में याचिका दायर कर पुलिस कार्मिकों पर आरोप लगाया कि उनके पति की गरिमा, संविधान 21, धार्मिक स्वतंत्रता अनुच्छेद 25 और गिरफ्तारी से संबंधित कानून अनुच्छेद 22 का उल्लंघन किया गया। किसी भी आरोपी का अपमानजनक तरीके से सार्वजनिक तौर पर जुलूस निकालना गैर कानूनन अपराध है। जबलपुर हाई कोर्ट ने मध्य प्रदेश मानवाधिकार आयोग को आदेश दिया कि दोषियों को सजा व मामले की निष्पक्ष जांच की जाए। जब इन अधिकारों का उल्लंघन होता है तो यह केवल एक व्यक्ति के ऊपर अत्याचार नहीं बल्कि इसका समाज के लोकतांत्रिक और नैतिक मूल्यों पर सीधा हमला होता है। यह एक ऐसा जहर है जो धीरे धीरे मानव समाज की नींव को खोखला कर रहा है। इसलिए हमें न केवल खुद के अधिकारों का संरक्षक बनना है बल्कि एक ऐसे समाज का निर्माण करना है जहां मानव अधिकार अपवाद नहीं बल्कि अटल सत्य होंगे। यहाँ पर बैठे मेरे पक्ष एवं विपक्ष के साथी ये बात भूल जाते हैं कि वे उस देश के निवासी हैं जहां अपने कद से ऊंचा डंडा लिए महात्मा गांधी जैसे अस्तित्व केवल अहिंसा की राह पर चलने की बात करते हैं और श्री भगवान कृष्ण जैसे अस्तित्व जो अपने एक हाथ में ब्रह्मांड की अलौकिक शक्ति व दूसरे हाथ में सुदर्शन चक्र धारण किए केवल सत्य, कर्म निष्ठा व अहिंसा के साथ मानव अधिकारों को सजग रखने की बात करते हैं। ऐसे देश में मानव के अधिकारों का उल्लंघन किसी भी परिस्थिति में कतई बर्दाश्त नहीं है। अब पक्ष एवं विपक्ष के मेरे साथी अपनी वार्ता के दौरान विभिन्न प्रकार के रस और अलंकारों का प्रयोग कर इस बात को भूल जाते हैं कि वे एक के बदले 100 मारने और विभिन्न प्रकार के कृत्य करने का दावा तो करते हैं लेकिन वे स्वयं भी एक सुरक्षा कार्मिक हैं और जब सुरक्षा कर्मी सम्मान एवं न्याय के साथ व्यवहार करता है तो लोगों में उनका आपसी विश्वास बढ़ता है जो सहयोग और संवाद को बढ़ावा देता है जिससे कानून व्यवस्था को बनाए रखना अत्यधिक आसान हो जाता है। अंत में
चंद पंक्तियों के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को यही विराम देना चाहूंगा, जो है चंद गज की शरीयत किस काम की, उड़ना आता है तो छत किस काम की। चंद गज की शरीयत किस काम की, उड़ना ही आता है तो छत किस काम की। मार ही दोगे एक के बदले 100 अगर तुम, मार ही दोगे एक के बदले 100 अगर तुम, तो उन वीरों द्वारा दी गई शहादत किस काम की, उन वीरों द्वारा दी गई शहादत किस काम की। वंदे भारत, जय हिंद, जय भारत माता।
धन्यवाद गौरव। अब मैं हमारे अगले वक्ता आरक्षी आशुतोष सिंह, जो कि विषय के विपक्ष में बोलेंगे, उनको आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूं। आरक्षी आशुतोष सिंह, बीएसएफ।
हर संकट का हल मत पूछो आसमान के तारों से, सूरज किरने कब लेता है नभ के चांद सितारों से। पंचाली के चीर हड़प पर जो छुप पाए जाते हैं महोदय, पंचाली के चीर हड़प पर जो छुप पाए जाते हैं, इतिहास के पन्नों पर वो सब कायर कहलाते हैं। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, निर्णायक मंडली, अधिकारीगण, अधीनस्थ अधिकारीगण, उपस्थित साथियों, मैं आरक्षक आशुतोष सिंह, सीमा सुरक्षा बल, सदन की राय से असहमत होते हुए वक्ता विपक्ष में अपने विचार व्यक्त करूंगा। महोदय, मैं उस भारत से आता हूं जिसने विश्व को मानवता का ज्ञान दिया, वो नीलकंठ सा भारत जिसने खुद पीस पीकर दुनिया को अमृत दान दिया। महोदय, इस भारत की गरिमा को गरिमान्वित करने वाले ये मानवाधिकार जो इंसान को सम्मान और सुरक्षा प्रदान करते हैं। महोदय, कोई भी अधिकार मानव मूल्यों और मानवता के संरक्षण के लिए बनाए जाते हैं, पर आजादी को भी आजाद रहने के लिए कई बार कानून और नियम की आवश्यकता पड़ती है। तो आज का जो विषय है, इसमें ये कहना सही नहीं होगा कि मनुष्यों के किसी भी परिस्थिति में उनके अधिकार से वंचित नहीं किया जा सकता। महोदय, कई बार ऐसी परिस्थितियां आती हैं जहां पे इन अधिकारों पे रोक लगाना भी समय की जरूरत बन जाता है, चाहे 2019 का कोरोना काल हो या 370 का निरस्तीकरण, या फिर देश के विकास के लिए अनुच्छेद 19F का मूल अधिकारों से निकालकर कानूनी अधिकार मिले जाए। महोदय, परिस्थिति के अनुसार समय समय पर इन अधिकारों में बदलाव भी किए जाते हैं और इन अधिकारों को सीमित भी किए जाते हैं। सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से देखें तो शांति, समता और सहयोग का दिव्य मानवाधिकार तब शक्तिहीन होकर बेबस और लाचार नजर आने लगता है जब ये अनीति और अधर्म के खिलाफ आतंकवादी और देश विरोधी तत्वों द्वारा इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। महोदय, भारत में बढ़ रहे अपराधों को देखें तो प्रतिवर्ष निर्दोष नागरिकों की हत्याएं और रेप जैसे घिनौने अपराध जो समाज को एक अलग दिशा में ले जाते हैं। महोदय, ये इन मानवाधिकार को कुचलने वालों को ये फर्क नहीं पड़ता कि लखनऊ की 3 साल की बेटी है या फिर अपने माँ बाप का सपना पूरा करने चली हैदराबाद की डॉक्टर प्रियंका रेड्डी। महोदय, ये लोग समाज के लिए दीमक हैं जिनको अगर अधिकार दिया गया तो ये मानवता को कुचल डालेंगे। महोदय, इन्हीं मानवाधिकार का संरक्षण करने वालों ने मानवता को तब शर्मसार कर दिया जब गुलों की वादियों में गूंज उठी थी चीखें, जहां सुकून था अब वहां मातम ही मातम छाया है। बेबस मारे गए मुसाफिर जिनकी हंसी गूंजती थी फिजाओं में, नफरत के सौदागरों ने फिर से खून बहाया है। पूछ रही पहलगाम की धरती हमसे, कब उनको मिटाओगे या फिर मानवाधिकार के जंजीरों में जकड़े हाथ पे हाथ धरे रह जाओगे। विश्वास दिलाना होगा उनको, हम देश का मान बचाएंगे। जब भी दुशासन चीर हटेगा हम माधव बनकर आएंगे, हम माधव बनकर आएंगे। महोदय, क्या उन दर्शक वर्गों को भी अधिकार दिए जाने चाहिए जो एक आम नागरिक को मिलता है? ये अपराधी अपराध करते हैं और फिर इन्हीं अधिकारों को अपना ढाल बनाकर खुद को निर्दोष साबित कर लेते हैं। महोदय, और फिर ये कानून को हाथ में लेते हैं। महोदय, अधिकार व्यक्ति को समान से जीने के लिए है, ना कि उसका दुरुपयोग कर अराजकता और उग्रवाद फैलाने के लिए। आतंकवाद के ढाल में, मानवाधिकार के ढाल में पनप रही आतंकी शक्तियां और इसका लाभ ले रही विश्व की बड़ी शक्तियां। महोदय, हमारे देश के लिए नहीं, अभी तो पूरे विश्व के लिए एक अत्यंत गंभीर विषय है, क्योंकि कई बार हमने मानवाधिकार के आड़ में मानव संहार देखे हैं। 2003 में अमेरिका का इराक पर हमला यह कहकर कि वहां का शासक अपने ही लोगों पे जुल्म कर रहा है, या फिर 2011 में लीबिया में मानवाधिकार की रक्षा के नाम पर नाटो देशों की सैन्य कार्रवाई, या सीरिया में बाहरी हस्तक्षेप। ये सब प्रमाण है कि कैसे उन बाहरी शक्तियों ने मानवाधिकार का दुरुपयोग कर उन देशों में अपना राजनीतिक स्वार्थ पूरा किया। परिणाम उस देश में अशांति, लाखों निर्दोष लोग मारे गए और आज वहां की जनता बेहाल है। महोदय, हमारे भी देश में कुछ ऐसा ही हाल है जब यही आतंकी संगठन हमारे मासूम बच्चों को हमारी सेना के खिलाफ भड़काते हैं। जिन हाथों में कलम होने चाहिए उनमें पत्थर पकड़ाए जाते हैं। मैं 2016 का एक उदाहरण देना चाहूंगा, जब आतंकी बुरहान पानी के बॉल पे सोशल मीडिया के जरिए इन्हीं आतंकी संगठनों ने वहां के नाबालिग बच्चों को सुरक्षा बल के खिलाफ भड़काया और सुरक्षा बल के खिलाफ खड़ा किया। महोदय, उस समय सरकार ने परिस्थितियों को देखते हुए वहां इंटरनेट को बंद किया। इंटरनेट जो कि एक लोगों का अधिकार है, उस अधिकार को वहां राष्ट्र सुरक्षा को देखते हुए रोका गया। महोदय, बहुत बार ऐसा होता है जबकि राष्ट्र सुरक्षा को नजर में रखे इन अधिकारों को रोका जाता है। अंत में मैं यही कहूंगा कि अधिकार इतने कमजोर ना हो, कि अपराधी उसका सपोर्ट लेकर खुद को बचाए और समाज को एक गलत दिशा में ले जाए। महोदय, समाज ऐसा हो जहां ऊंच नीच का भेद नहीं, समाज ऐसा हो जहां उच्च नीच का भेद नहीं, शिक्षा हो, सम्मान हो, पर धर्म पे मतभेद नहीं। बेटियां हमारे निर्भीक होकर खेले हर घर के आंगन में, बेटियां हमारे निर्भीक होकर खेले हर घर के आंगन में। और एक राम चाहिए यहाँ हर रावण में, एक राम चाहिए यहाँ हर रावण में। जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद आशुतोष। अब मैं हमारे अगले वक्ता आरक्षी शैलेंद्र कुमार यादव CRPF जो विषय के पक्ष में बोलेंगे उनको आमंत्रित करता हूं। आरक्षी शैलेंद्र कुमार यादव CRPF।
उठो भारत के वीर जवानों, अपने अहंकार को मार दो। क्या मानव अधिकारों के भक्षक बनने के लालायत हो, उनके संरक्षक बन के तैयार हो, उनके संरक्षक बन के तैयार हो। महोदय, जब भी किन्हीं भी परिस्थितियों में मानव अधिकारों का हनन होता है तो वह समाज के विरुद्ध सबसे बड़ा अपराध सिद्ध होता है। इसका द्योतक है महोदय म्यांमार देश, जिसके रोहिंग्या लोगों के खिलाफ हिंसक प्रदर्शन कर सरकारों ने उनका शोषण किया, तो वहां पर हिंसा जारी है। 8 सितंबर 2025 को नेपाल देश भी उससे वंचित नहीं रहा। महोदय, जब नेपाल सरकार ने वहां की सोशल मीडिया को बैन किया तो वहां के लोगों ने वहां पर सरकार के विरुद्ध शांतिपूर्ण प्रदर्शन जारी किया, परंतु नेपाल सरकार द्वारा सरकार के विरुद्ध सशस्त्र बल का प्रयोग कर उन लोगों को मजबूर किया, उनके मानवाधिकारों को हनन किया, तो वहां पर हिंसा और गिरफ्त जैसे माहौल में तैनात किया गया। महोदय, नेपाल देश भी उसी हिंसा में जलता रहा। महोदय, यही देश नहीं है बल्कि महोदय 1967 में श्रीलंका भी इससे वंचित नहीं रहा। महोदय, 1967 से 2009 तक रोहिंग्या तमिल विरोधी आंदोलन चलता रहा। शांतिपूर्ण तमिल विरोधी आंदोलन था जिसको सरकार द्वारा सशस्त्र बल द्वारा दबाने की कोशिश की गई। वह 26 वर्षों तक श्रीलंका ने भी इस मानवाधिकार के हनन के कारण अपने गृह युद्ध में तब्दील किया। महोदय, मैं कहना चाहूंगा, सुरक्षा बलों को कहना चाहूंगा, जो आंखें देश हित जागी वो हरगिज सो नहीं सकती। जो आंखें देश हित जागी वो हरगिज सो नहीं सकती। जिस्म के खाक होने पर शोहरत खो नहीं सकती। भले ही दौलत की कीमत से खरीद लो सारी दुनिया को, शहादत से बड़ी कोई कीमत हो नहीं सकती। महोदय, कहना चाहता हूं कि भारतवर्ष में भी 1963 ईस्वी में जब चारू मजूमदार और कानू सैनवाल जैसे दो नेताओं ने भारत के सरकार के खिलाफ पश्चिम बंगाल में जो जिला था दार्जिलिंग, उसके ग्राम, छोटे से ग्राम नक्सलबाड़ी में किसान आंदोलन को भड़काऊ भाषण देकर मजबूर किया और किसानों को विद्रोह करने पर, सशस्त्र उठाने पर वह हमारी नाकामी थी। उस समय की सरकार की यही नाकामी थी कि जिसको हम आज 62 वर्षों से झेलते चले आ रहे हैं। महोदय, परंतु वर्तमान सरकार ने कई कैंप लगाकर, सिविक एक्शन प्रोग्राम लगाकर, चिकित्सा कैंप लगाकर उनको आत्मसमर्पण करने के लिए मजबूर किया। महोदय, इससे मैं इसके वृत्तांत के आगे यह भी बताना चाहूंगा, वर्तमान में ऐसे देश सूडान, म्यांमार, नाइजीरिया, इथियोपिया और यूक्रेन जैसे देश भी मानवाधिकारों का हनन कर रहे हैं। जिसके ताजा आंकड़े आपके NHRC के भी आंकड़े आपके सामने रखना चाहूंगा महोदय, जो मानवाधिकारों का हनन करने के रोधक है। महोदय 105 पुलिस फर्जी एनकाउंटर्स, 160 पुलिस कस्टडी डेथ और 2164 जुडिशियल कस्टडी डेथ के मामले अंकित किए गए। महोदय इसमें 2 पैरामिलिट्री कस्टडी डेथ भी शामिल। महोदय ये आंकड़े सामने यह दर्शाते हैं, यह आपके सामने स्पष्ट करते हैं कि मानवाधिकारों का हनन किस प्रकार किया जा रहा है, इस समाज के विरुद्ध कितना बड़ा अपराध। महोदय हम सैनिक, हम उस देश के सैनिक हैं जिस देश के हर लोगों के ओठों पे गंगा, हाथ में तिरंगा है। हम उस देश के सैनिक हैं जो शरणार्थियों की ठुकराए हुए की शरण स्थली बन जाता है और 7 समुद्र परदेशियों को भी ब्रदर और सिस्टर कह के बुलाता है। यही परम पूज्य भूमि हमारा भारतवर्ष कहलाता है, यही परम भूमि हमारा भारतवर्ष कहलाता है। अंततः मैं कहना चाहूंगा महोदय, हमको इन मानवाधिकारों को हनन रोकने के लिए हम सुरक्षाकर्मी जब इन मानवाधिकारों के हनन ना रोक सके तो हम अपनी वर्दी पहनने के गर्व महसूस नहीं कर सकते। मैं कहना चाहूंगा हमारे विपक्षी साथी आएंगे और तर्क वितर्क करेंगे, परंतु ये सत्य है कि जो मानवाधिकारों का हनन इन आंकड़ों द्वारा आपके सामने रखा है वो आप निर्णय करेंगे। अंततः कहता हूं कि डरना नहीं किसी के भी पैरों की नाप से, डरना नहीं किसी के भी पैरों की नाप से, आखिर में पुण्य जीत ही जाएगा पाप से। गीता में कृष्ण ने कहा अर्जुन से बस यही, पहली लड़ाई जीतनी है अपने आप। जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद शैलेंद्र। अब मैं हमारे अगले वक्ता आरक्षी ब्रजेश कुमार सिंह CRPF जो विषय के विपक्ष में बोलेंगे उनको आमंत्रित करता हूं। आरक्षी ब्रजेश कुमार सिंह CRPF।
फिजाओं में कसक है, गौर से देखो, ये किस मौसम की आने की धमक है, गौर से देखो, मेरे सर पे शहादत का तिलक है, गौर से देखो। ज्ञान के प्रकाश के अंतहीन यात्रा के सफल प्रहरी के रूप में उपस्थित परम आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, सम्मानित निर्णायक मंडल व मेरे प्रबुद्ध श्रोतागण, मैं आरक्षी GD ब्रजेश कुमार सिंह, केंद्रीय रिजर्व पुलिस बल। आज का विषय किसी भी परिस्थिति में लोगों से मानवाधिकार को वंचित करना समाज के विरुद्ध सबसे बड़ा अपराध है। विषय के विपक्ष में अपनी बात को रखने के लिए हाजिर हुआ। महोदय, मानवाधिकार बेहद गंभीर व संवेदनशील मुद्दा है और ये जरूरी है, लेकिन क्या किसी भी परिस्थिति में बिना किसी अपवाद के इन अधिकारों को बरकरार रखना व्यवहारिक दृष्टिकोण से संभव है? नहीं महोदय, बिल्कुल नहीं। महोदय, भारत का संविधान भारत के प्रत्येक नागरिक को मौलिक अधिकार प्रदान करता है, लेकिन ये अधिकार जिम्मेदार लोगों के लिए है। जो लोग नक्सलवाद, आतंकवाद, मादक पदार्थों की तस्करी और देश विरोधी गतिविधियों में शामिल होते हैं, क्या उन्हें भी ये अधिकार उतने ही मिलने चाहिए जितने की एक जिम्मेदार नागरिक हो? महोदय, अक्सर ऐसा देखा जाता है कि कोर्ट में मानवाधिकार का हवाला देकर इन आतंकवादियों को राहत प्रदान की जाती है और परिणाम स्वरूप पीड़ित परिवारों को वर्षों तक न्यायालय के चौखट पर दर-बदर भटकना पड़ता है। हम सुरक्षा बल के जवानों का मनोबल टूटता है, अपराधियों में कानून को अपने हाथ में लेने का हिम्मत आ जाती है, लोगों से कानून का भय समाप्त हो जाता है। तुलसीदास जी रामायण में लिखते हैं कि विनय न मानत जल्द जड़, गए 3 दिन भी बोले राम सकोप तब, भय बिन होए न प्रीत, अर्थात बिना भय के प्रीत जागृत नहीं होती। महोदय, मैं मानवाधिकार के खिलाफ नहीं हूँ, लेकिन इस मंच की और इस कलम की लड़ाई उन परिस्थितियों और उन हालात के खिलाफ है जो जब बिगड़ते हैं तो लेके DGP को यह बयान देना पड़ता है कि आज केंद्रीय रिजर्व पुलिस बल वहां न होता तो पूरा लेह शहर जलकर राख हो जाता। मैं अपने साथियों से पूछना चाहता हूं कि क्या लेह शहर को हम जलकर राख होने देते या फिर उन्हें कठोर और ठोस अपनी कार्रवाई करनी ही पड़ती है, ये हमारी मजबूरी हो जाती है। महोदय, जब ये हालात बिगड़ते हैं तब इंदौर से राहत इंदौरी बनकर लिखते हैं कि उन्हें सूरज के घराने में रखा जाता है, हमें आखिरी खाने में रखा जाता है। जालिम को एजाज दिए जाते हैं, मजलूम को थाने में रखा जाता है। महोदय, ये मानवाधिकार के दुहाई दे करके उसकी आड़ में, उन परिस्थितियों की आड़ में हमको अपराधी बताने वाले अपने साथियों से पूछना चाहता हूं कि ताड़मेटला के 76 जवानों की शहादत पे आपकी चुप्पी क्यों हो जाती है? महोदय, मैं जानना चाहता हूं कि पुलवामा और पठानकोट कैसे भूला जा सकता है? हाल ही में पहलगाम के बेसरन घाटी में हमारी 26 बहनों को इन आतंकवादियों ने उनके मांग से सिंदूर छीन लिया। तब मैं कहता हूं कि पहलगाम में गूंज रही जो बंदूकों की गोली है, ये भारत भूपर भारत मां की स्वाभिमान को गाली है। अरे प्रतिशोध का वक्त अगर है, बंद सियासी भाषण हो, श्रीनगर का आसन हो या फिर दिल्ली का सिंहासन हो। महोदय, मैं जानना चाहता हूं, मैं अपने आप पे हुई घटना का जिक्र करना चाहूंगा। वर्ष था 7 नवंबर 2024 का, सुकमा जिले का घोर नक्सल प्रभावित इलाका लखापाल, आप सबने सुना होगा। नक्सलवादियों ने आईडी के ब्लास्ट कर दिए, तत्पश्चात हमारे ऊपर अंधाधुंध फायरिंग किया था। उस वक्त मतपेटियों को छीनने के उद्देश्य से उनका था, लेकिन हमने उन नक्सलियों का मुंहतोड़ जवाब देते हुए मानवाधिकार को आड़े नहीं आने दिया और मतपेटी को सुरक्षित वापस किया। पोलिंग बूथ अफसरों को सुरक्षित ले आकर के विदाउट एनी कैजुअलिटीज अपने सच्चे मन से उस लोकतंत्र को बचाने का कार्य किया। लेकिन उस वक्त हमारे जो दिमाग में चल रहा था कि मैं उस वक्त देख रहा था चक्रव्यूह में फंसते हुए उलूल जुलूल जीवन को, मैं देख रहा था कर्ण की पहिसा शून्य की माटी में धंस रहे मन को, मैं देख रहा था अर्जुन की बाण वर्षा से घायल हृदय रूपी भीष्म को, मैं देख रहा था धृष्टद्युम्न के कटते तलवार से द्रोणाचार्य के उल्लास सर। जय हिंद, जय भारत।